This is a Clouds weather alert.
Good Saturday afternoon, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud coming on the air right now. We were going to come on the air for the severe thunderstorm warning being expanded a little bit more into towards southwest Georgia. But just as that was happening, a tornado warning now issued for portions in Georgia of Clay and Early counties in our area. So Clay and Early in Georgia under a tornado warning now at 2:30 this afternoon. So we need to take tornado precautions. This is not Clay County, Florida, but we cover both Clay County, Florida and Clay County, Georgia here. And we're watching an area where we've had a complex of action here that's been a big problem. Has a history of producing tornadoes west of our area here. And you see where Clay, you see where Early counties are to the left side there on that map toward the north and west there. And that's what we're tracking the tornado threat right now. I know west of area we had a tornado warning here earlier on. That was even a particularly dangerous situation when we were retweeting some stuff there. Not quite enough to go on for more of a national threat, but this is obviously a local threat now. We have a tornado warning in play till 2:30 here for portions of the covered area. So you see here the information, and then there's my cursor. That's where the circulation is. It's still just over the line in Alabama, but just barely there, just east of State Road 95. So it's about to move into Georgia here. And let's check for any debris. Don't see any right now, thankfully. We saw quite a few debris signatures earlier on with this activity as we were tracking it there in toward the Florida Panhandle, moving in toward southern Alabama. I know out there along I-10 there's even potentially a tornado. We have some video of that on a traffic camera. I'll show you in a moment. But on this tornado warning for our area now, you know, that's associated with that action here that was moving through with the confirmed tornadoes earlier on. This is now moving into our area and into the Eastern time zone at 2 o'clock Eastern. It's a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Columbia, or 11 miles west of Blakely, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So we have a potential tornado here, mainly rural areas of southeastern Henry, south central Clay, and northwestern Early counties, including the following locations: Haleburg, Hayes, Barnes, those type of areas here. So it's very rural, but it includes our area, and we're on the air when we have these tornado warnings. So it's pretty broad right now. It's trying to tighten up here. I'll back it up. Yeah, you can kind of see why they were issuing that. You started to see a little bit of a tightening here south of Haleburg. But now as this gets into towards southwestern Georgia, the worst is expected to go north of Blakely. But we're still going to have some pretty nasty weather with this. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for Blakely, and technically part of Blakely is under the tornado warning. But we'll just be, you know, inside and away from windows regardless here, since you're right, you know, you're within some different warnings here. Even just a severe thunderstorm warning would indicate that. But if you're just a little bit on maybe, you know, north side of Blakely north, that's where you're going to take those tornado precautions. Put that football helmet on or bicycle helmet on to protect yourself from the potential for flying debris here as this gets closer. But interior room away from windows, some of the most important information, and that means in a sturdy building, because you really would rather not be, you know, you shouldn't really want to be in a mobile home in a situation like this, because really that is not the safest place, or a very safe place even, to be, because that could be lifted, that could be ripped apart easier than a site-built structure in general. So again, we have a tornado warning now towards southwestern Georgia until 2:30 this afternoon on this Saturday. This May 10th here, 2025. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center, trying to protect you, your friends, and your family here. So again, just trying to keep you guys safe on exactly what's going on here, you know, regarding this tornado warning. Take shelter immediately here. Just trying to effort some of the latest information. I know definitely had some very nasty weather earlier on this morning, as we were really, you know, concerned about areas west of our viewing circle with this. In fact, what I want to do right now, I want to go ahead and show you some video. This is going to be from a traffic camera, Florida 511 perspective. I was watching it here live behind the scenes It was a situation here where wasn't quite enough to go on for a regional national. Looked right, it wasn't in our area. So I was monitoring to see if you could see it like a definitive tornado drop. Now, it's not definitive per se in that you saw like the funnel touching the ground, but there may have very well been a tornado in here, as you can see some debris flying. So let's go ahead and take a look here. We'll throw this up on the screen right now and show you what I'm talking about here. This is from a Florida 511 camera earlier on along I-10 around mile marker 95. So this was earlier on here as we were tracking things and we were monitoring the situation. Again, that's an earlier viewpoint there of the traffic camera. I recorded it because I was trying to get an idea of what was going on. I didn't record another one, but it was actually on another camera. It got cleared so quickly or moved out of the way so quickly. There was, it looked like a piece or a whole tree even down blocking I-10, but it seemed to have been moved pretty quickly from what I saw. But you see here, it starts to clear up pretty quickly here. It'll cycle through on us here, you know, as we go along. And I know it kind of gets into a spot here where we don't really have as much to say because it clears up kind of quickly. Zoom out on the camera, does Florida 511's, you know, transportation group there. But again, that's, you know, from the same area that we're now tracking the tornado warning storm with in Southwestern Georgia here. So definitely need to take those tornado precautions here with this. That was around 11:44 Eastern Time, 10:44 Central Time. So that's what it was looking like earlier on. Let me go ahead and replay that here. In fact, let's go ahead and pull that back up. And you'll just be able to see all that debris flying around there as we were tracking that. Definitely a storyline here worth noting for sure, and with the overall meteorology. So again, that was earlier on here toward Interstate 10. A pretty dramatic look at things there. You know, not what you want to see, obviously, in these type of situations. So that's some earlier, you know, perspectives here. Don't have necessarily as good of views right now in a more rural area. Granted, that's pretty rural, but you know, it was in an area, it was crossing I-10 about 10:45 Central, 11:45 Eastern, so pretty slow mover. I know we have a flood watch in play, a tornado watch in play as well. I'm just going to move off this right now. I'm going to go back to the Doppler. Check for debris again. We'll check another mode that we got here. I know there's some reports, maybe there's some small branches down. Just in Alabama with this. Don't really see a definitive debris signature right now, but we'll keep looking. You know, just remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions, obviously, as we're dealing with this. You see the tornado watch in the yellow shaded area that goes till 6 o'clock here tonight. Of course, so we're watching for our local counties, and as I back this on up a little bit here, I wanted to just kind of, you know, show some things here. I'm just kind of scrubbing back. I mean, you know, 4 hours ago we had some of the storms here toward the east, but let's go ahead and pull up our tornado safety tips here right now. I just want to pull that graphic full for a moment. As you're tracking this, we have a tornado warning right now for portions of Clay and early in Georgia, so need to take those tornado precautions. But in the other areas there, like Albany and, you know, in Gadsden County, they need to remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions because there's a tornado watch in play. I know when they first issued a tornado watch, it looked like Liberty County wasn't involved with it, but they added them pretty quick into that here, and you'll be able to see just what we're talking about here. They didn't add Tallahassee, but I'm getting a loop together here, and it's still kind of loading, so we'll give it another frame, you know, I guess another loop through, I should say, as we're looking at this situation. So, okay, let's see if we can pull this on in now. So this is a loop. Been going back here the last few hours to see how this has progressed, and now you see the red box, but You know, we started out, let me move this over a little because that tells the story better if I move this over. You know, we'll move it over here pretty far actually, because this was just the area here with the perspective and with the axe, and you see there wasn't warnings in play. We did have maybe something, Pensacola earlier on that produced. I know we didn't actually have a tornado warning, maybe with one that took down. There's some other ones out west there, but you see this complex is a tropical-like pattern here, lower pressure involved and the like, and you saw red boxes in the tornado watch, then the purple boxes indicating a confirmed tornado. Then those tornado warnings went off the board for a little while with a thunderstorm warning, and then now we have another tornado warning though on the board here for part of our area until 2:30 this afternoon. So we need to take those tornado precautions immediately here into your room away from windows as we're looking in towards southwestern Georgia. Again, we have a possible tornado in there. The shear rate product been showing some rotation. This is off toward the west of Blakely, the northwest of Luke in general. Granted, you need to be, really being careful, if not being in your safe spot here towards some of those spots here right now. So I know we're tracking that. We're also watching some strong storms toward areas south in Florida here. Probably not going to get a watch, it doesn't look like, but could have sporadic hail and some strong downbursts in that blue circle area as we look throughout the hours to come. But you see this red box is a tornado warning. That's much more serious, obviously, as we're tracking things there, as we're monitoring them. You know, in the word southwest Georgia. Looks like I might be seeing a tightening here of the spin. Yeah, we need to remain alert here. We need to remain alert here and really take shelter right there as you're looking at things. We're just west of State Road 39. Just west of State Road 39 as we're looking at things there in Georgia. So take those tornado precautions there. Take those tornado precautions as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the situation. I know, very important, obviously, as we're done with this afternoon. I'm going to try to pull up a camera there on Blakely. I think we can get you guys a view there, possibly. We'll try. This is kind of maybe going just north, but let's see if we can get something on the Georgia 5-1 perspective. I'm just trying to see which one might be the best. Well, we'll just go to one right into town. It says some of the rain right now, so let's go ahead and pull that up. As we look at that, you can kind of see what we're talking about here. Not overwhelming yet, but tornado warning in effect there as we're watching things. Now let me go ahead and see where else I might want to go. Just real quick, I know if this state does sound familiar for tornadic weather, well, because it is. Unfortunately, 1 year ago today, we had that terrible tornado sequence, come through the Tallahassee area. And you see, this is what radar was looking like about 7 o'clock in the morning a year ago. And then all the purple boxes, so, just a terrible event. And today we had purple boxes. These were west, though. And, not in as big a population area, it doesn't seem like, but still concerning. And we still have to watch out for more of that throughout the afternoon. And, maybe even in the evening, even in the days to come. We have a tornado threat on and off all the way until maybe, Monday wraps up pretty much around here. So today's Saturday. That gets you all the way to the 12th. It's Mother's Day weekend, and early next week we're going to be very busy here. But this was a year ago. We were very busy that Friday morning. Unforgettable, really. Looking at that as we were down with that scenario, we had a severe thunderstorm watching, and things just went absolutely crazy there around Tallahassee in a very sad and tragic way, with fatalities even being reported. So much damage. I mean, city of Tallahassee, some of their reporting, indicates they're really worse than the hurricanes that have moved through. That's how bad this was a year ago today. But right now we have an active tornado warning here as we get back into Georgia in our covered area. It's not around Tallahassee right now, thankfully, but this is trying to tighten up. I don't know if it's really there yet. but we're just watching that very carefully. And Tallahassee staying quiet right now for them. That's a good thing. Obviously, just getting, in a few spots back on their feet. It just depends on the FSU circus tent there and the like. Just storing that yesterday, and we really, obviously don't want to have anything, do anything like that ever again, or destroyed all that a year ago today. But as we go ahead and look here northwest of Blakely, we have a tornado warning here. This is northeast of Haleburg. Again, we need to take those tornado precautions immediately. Interior room away from windows here. We have a possible tornado in southwestern Georgia right now. This warning goes until 2:30 this afternoon. So again, we have a tornado warning here. A tornado warning. Seek shelter into this dirty building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. I know you really don't want to be in a mobile home in these type of situations, and you can see the spin is going northwest of Blakely here, but that's going to take it toward State Road 39, and eventually, that's going to get further downstream. But right now, this includes portions of Clay and Early in Georgia, but this tornado warning could get extended further out toward the east here as we're looking at things, further into Early County, but then also might be watching areas there. You see like Calhoun County, Georgia, and the like. That would be more of Clay County too, but we'll be watching it. Could also get into Baker County, Georgia, ultimately, depending on the overall trajectory. That this may head more toward Dougherty County as well. That's a possibility. These tracks have been a little bit tricky sometimes. That's really tightening up. It's probably going to be producing a tornado at any moment. I'm going to take another mode. Sometimes it can be a little quicker on here in case we get something. So I'm working on computer hard here, but I want to make sure if this touches down, we can give you, that information here as soon as it happens so you can treat this as serious as it is. I mean, this is a very serious scenario here when we talk about potential tornado touchdowns. So I'm just going to try to get some things together here in toward the weather center as we continue to track this here. Okay, so I mean, from watching this storm earlier, I can just tell it's going to be touching down more than likely soon. I'd be really surprised if it didn't touch down. Let's go to our other mode here. Let's go to our other mode. So you see that blue line? It's just the idea of where the spin could have been tracking. I know that didn't really help us right now in correlation coefficient, but this may not be a perfect track for it, but it gives you an idea here. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and zoom out just a little bit. I want to put Albany here in this in case, this still keeps cycling running off all the way over that direction. So I know this wants to maybe take it a little bit further north though, which would probably be right. So let's kind of take it maybe more toward Bluffton. These storms and movements have been kind of tricky, but maybe something more like this. We'll see though. Already looks like the spin's a little bit further north of that, so let's not focus on that too much yet. Let's just focus on when the debris is going to potentially drop out. You see Bluffton here, and you can see north of Blakely though, but there should unfortunately be, based on the way this is trying to shape up, an area of blue that pops out at us in here right now. It hadn't, so it's not necessarily on the ground, but by the time you see that, that means it's already been doing damage and it's already on the ground. So again, you just got to be careful. I know at least, if the circulation's a little tighter, we'll be able to track that spin direction a little bit better. So at least it's not that tight in that regard. It hadn't been that tight for that long again here. We'd be able to give you a better track on it, quite honestly, as we're done with this. But this is north of Blakely, northeast of Haleburg here right now. We're waiting, but we're hoping we don't see an area of blue that drops out. We were seeing a whole bunch of that earlier on west of the area. Unfortunately, I know you have the boundary involved there, and you're getting the twisting there of the winds. You have that wind shear in play. I know we have enough wind shear, enough instability to cause problems today. That's why there's a tornado watch in play till 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Central. So again, just got to be really mindful of this here. got to be really careful in this type of setup, meteorologically. And I'm definitely very active here as we're tracking this, as we're monitoring it. I'm just trying to keep you guys safe. I'm going to be rain wrapped in here if there's something on the ground. And I'm definitely getting these parameters to come together, which is problematic. Tropical like low here. Not tropical, but it's the overall pattern. Definitely an issue. Let's go ahead and keep looking here. We've got to remain alert in this type of scenario. I'm going to jump back to another source for now. As a possible tornado tries to wrap up here. The rotation tracker really shows it. So in that increasing rotation here within this, maybe about to be liable to produce a tornado. So once again, after we already had that history earlier on, this kind of shows the direction a little bit better here and a little bit more that northerly component to a degree here. So maybe something that we'll be watching, as we look across here. There's a southwest, south central Georgia in the minutes and hours to come. I know I'm going to check some more information here. Again, thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me on this Saturday afternoon. On this May 10th, I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center, trying to keep you guys informed, up to date on a tornado warning storm here. That's moving into towards southwestern Georgia right now, as we've alluded to. Definitely gotta be mindful of what's going on. I'm taking those tornado precautions. A little surprised we haven't had the debris signature pop out. I'm looking at some other sources. Maybe not quite tight enough, but can't wait around here. Can't wait around, obviously. And we're almost up on 2:30 already to see if they're going to extend this tornado warning or not. It's right on the edge, quite honestly. If they'd extend it, they may just keep the severe thunderstorm warning in play that has a tornado possible tag, but it's close. It's really close. That yellow area goes to 3 o'clock, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail, and that does go a little bit further down toward the south here as well. Gordon and some of the other areas, Luke and the like, but Blakely northward is where we have the tornado warning. Now, Smith and somewhere else it goes further up toward Fort Gaines, in toward that vicinity. This is very close on whether they want to extend this or not, because they could, maybe not be quite tight enough. And then they drop it. I feel like this could still produce a tornado next scan, so that might be a reason to keep it. That might be a reason to keep the tornado warning in effect here. We shall see. That means reissue one if this, what is storyline. We'll just have to wait and see. So again, watching that moving up toward the Bluffton area right now, and Edison maybe. Next little bit. It could be kind of on that path there toward those areas. We shall see. So again, we're still trying to keep you guys up to date here. So again, just trying to keep you guys informed. I see there's a message discussing now that popped up, at least an isolated threat there. Severe storms remain possible, especially near the warm front over southeast Alabama and southwestern Georgia. You know, they're talking about it here and discussing the long track supercell that moved out of the Florida Panhandle. It's now situated along the Alabama-Georgia border, east of the Fort Rucker/Fort Novacell radar, and has morphed into a supercell MCS hybrid. The system is along the stationary front with northern sections of the complex, indicating broad but substantial rotation. At the very least, damage and wind is likely with this system, but a brief tornado could still materialize, and although areas of heating have occurred along the main boundary, surface observations so little northward movement, and in fact some observations there are cooling down with the boundary moving back to the southwest, and as such it's possible additional severe potential to be limited north of the existing watch, except for maybe perhaps a few nearby counties. So that's kind of storyline there as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things here this afternoon, as we're trying to keep you safe. So for the moment, the tornado warning box went away. Just for the moment, though. But that could still get brought back in here. We shall see. As we're looking at things, as we're tracking things here. I know we're really monitoring the weather situation, obviously. Trying to keep you guys safe and informed. Watching all the different parameters, tornado parameters, supercell composite, instability. The supercell composite was way higher earlier on when this was further out to the west. What I mean by way higher, it was showing purples on here, you know, a widespread manner, which we really don't see around here on that map very often. Still pretty impressive though, with the overall pattern. I know, getting all the different parameters to try to come together here in the wrong way. As we continue to watch, continue to track. I'm going to put the forecast model right now. Not exactly handling this great, but this gives you an idea. Through the afternoon and the evening, we'll probably get some convection popping up, a lot more of it towards Jacksonville, Gainesville, and towards South Central Georgia. This will probably be less of a tornado threat and more of a wind and hail threat, but still a tornado couldn't completely be ruled out with some interactions with the boundaries here. But we'll have a tornado threat on and off until, you know, through Monday, as we talk about here all at times. As this gets into early Sunday morning, maybe a little bit of a lull here. And you see some more stuff developing up pretty quick around Nassau County and the like. And then you see little lulls here and there, possibly. Not a guarantee because the models aren't handling this great, but we'll keep having to track all this here, obviously. We'll keep giving you guys updates here if and as warranted. And this gets you all the way in toward the 12th, which is Monday, and then more convection could still be a storyline then. So, as we're looking at sunrise on Monday at that point. So, again, just trying to keep you guys informed on what's going on in the developing situation. They may still very well issue another tornado warning. That looks like it's pretty close, quite honestly, to need another one. Very close there. It's that spin. Sometimes these things produce a tornado very rapidly here, but not much of a heads up. So you gotta be kind of careful with this. And this kind of rotates on off. You have areas around Bluffton here and the like. Again, watching carefully. Excuse me. Again, still watching this here though. Some of these areas here that could have a problem with this storm. Bluffton. There's one of them there, and then you have Edison. So again, just continuing to watch the progression here this afternoon. As we go to the other perspective. Definitely gonna get, if not another tornado warning, another severe thunderstorm warning, I would think, because you see some really strong winds here north of Blakely. So 58 plus miles an hour moving further in northern Early and then southern Clay and Jordan and that were Calhoun and the like. So that's some pretty strong winds. Again, that may be enough to upgrade even to a tornado warning. Again, depending on how this transpires. Okay, new severe thunderstorm warning. That's what they've done. That makes sense, I think, right now, based on the structure. That's going to go out to 3:30, it looks like. Let me go ahead and look at that. So 2:33, severe thunderstorm is located along the line extending from 7 miles southeast of Fort Gaines to near Columbia. Moving northeast at 25 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail. Tornado possible tag. Weak rotation. I know this warning in Georgia includes areas of Miller, Clay. It's pretty big geographically. Just trying to err on the side of caution. I know the concentrated areas might be a little bit, more what we showed you, but just err on the side of caution here. Miller, Clay, Randolph, Calhoun, Early, Equipment, and Terrell in Georgia for another hour. So that's something we got to be very mindful of here, obviously. Got to be very mindful of that here on this Saturday afternoon. So we continue to try to give you the latest updates here on exactly what's going on. And we do have to be careful with that flood threat here too. When the accent starts to train more over an area or not, that can be an issue. Again, still here with you. Just trying to look at some information. There's still some circulation on here. Moving up toward Bluffton. So even if you don't have a tornado here, that probably will have some stronger winds. So that's something to keep in mind. Just going to check to see if we have a camera view from Bluffton. We do have one from Arlington, Georgia. Oh well, it's not available right now. But again, I just continue to watch this here. Continuing to track. Definitely got to remain alert for that spin here. As it moves up toward Bluffton and Edison. And let me go ahead and show you from earlier on again what we were tracking along I-10 in the Florida Panhandle there. I know, pretty impressive. We were looking at things there. This is a Florida 5-1 view. I mean, you can see debris probably from a tornado, quite honestly, if not from it directly. It was right on the edge of it, maybe just the, right there. I mean, based on radar, it looked like it might have been just a little away from it, but this makes me think it was actually part of the tornado, really. Sometimes you can have like the rear flank downdraft or something that you see on here, but again, just continuing to track. This is from about just, before noon here Eastern time. That's Central time on the screen. Blinking there, the seconds, ticking by, but I was earlier on here. We weren't on the air with it since it wasn't in our area, but I was watching it and, had the camera view rolling here just in case something got really dramatic. Not really, really dramatic, but fairly dramatic enough to keep showing it to you guys at the beginning of that, especially. Definitely noteworthy here. We were looking at things in toward that Florida Panhandle. With those tornado warnings that are in play, we're talking about areas like Walton County, and we're talking about areas there in that region, up in toward like Washington County and Jackson County. Holmes County, I believe, was in Polygon there. So as we were looking, I'm looking at the radar right now from just trying to give you guys an idea, of where that was looking back. But I'm going to throw that up again on the screen, so let's go ahead and do that. Or just loop that around again, but it was around Ponce de Leon there. That's where this traffic camera view was there. That was in Holmes County. As we were looking at things, and that's west of our area, but we were tracking that area, Holmes and Walton and Washington, Jackson County area, moving up into word, we were watching the threat moving toward like areas in southeast Alabama there, the likes. Let me go ahead and move off of this here again. And you'll see that we're watching this spin here moving up toward Bluffton. It's not a tornado warning right now, but again, watching that to see if that tightens back up on us any. As we're dealing with things, as we're tracking things here in toward the weather center. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here. It's pretty weak, quite honestly, right now, so that's good. No winds in here are fairly strong, though. As you're looking 45, 50 miles an hour, 40. So not overwhelming, but still pretty strong. It could be a little bit stronger because this is such heavy downpour activity. You may not be reading it perfectly. Also, on this setup, you would think a tornado threat would be a little bit easier to achieve with the winds than sustained straight line wind. I mean, the slight risk is actually for just a tornado today. The 2 out of 5 risk. The wind and hail are 1 out of 5. So that's a little bit unusual here. A tornado-driven type of slight 2 out of 5 severe weather risk today because of the wind pattern here. You have that twisting of a warm front involved and the like. So again, I'm just trying to keep you guys up to date here. Up to date on what's going on, obviously. As we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things here this afternoon. So, okay, with no tornado warnings on the board right now, what I think I'm going to do here, we're going to leave the stream going with the tornado watch and play here and the like. We're going to leave that stream going here. But what we're going to do here for the time being, we'll just go ahead and turn the mic off and cut back in if and as it's warranted. So let's do it that way. Tornado watch still remain in effect though, so please stay weather aware here. Obviously, when we have a tornado watch in play here, you know, we got to be very careful. We got to be very mindful. We got to stay vigilant here as we're tracking things. Definitely have to stay vigilant here in this type of setup and this type of meteorological setup when there's a tornado watch here on the board. So that's worth noting, but we have severe thunderstorm warnings on the board here as well. So I'm gonna leave this up here. What I think I'll do, jump over here for a second. I'm gonna get a loop going. It may, you know, again, it's still possible there is another tornado warning on this. But honestly, that's pretty close to needing one right around Bluffton. Be careful around Bluffton. You know, if you hear some type of freight train noise, get in that tornado safe spot. Not saying that there is a tornado there by any stretch, but if nothing else, just be inside and away from windows since you're under a severe thunderstorm warning there. In toward that area right now, in toward southwestern Georgia. So, again, just continuing to keep you guys up to date here on the latest weather development, on the latest weather situation. Just trying to make sure we're staying on top of it best we can. Here's that looping radar. We'll leave this up. Let me move it over just some so you guys can see, people that's tuning in, like, we'll be able to see the progression of some of this, but I'll move it back just a tad because I want to make sure we can see our whole area in there. So we're going to leave it like this and pop back in if and as warranted. For now, stay tuned, stay safe. You know, severe thunderstorm warning until 3:30. If we get more severe thunderstorm warnings, we'll pop back in, you know, as warranted. Tornado warnings, it'll be immediately popping back in. We're not going to do the half-hour updates or hour updates right now. We'll just pop back in if it's warranted. I mean, if we're going to warn any type of warning, we'll pop back in, even if it's not for a long period. If it's a tornado warning, though, it would be for a longer period, more than likely. Assuming the tornado warning lasted for a while. We have the tornado watch in that yellow shaded area till 6 o'clock. So we'll keep you up to date. We'll watch more pop-up action out ahead as well. Busy day here in the Weather Center. Busy weekend. Stormy period all the way into Monday there. Through Monday. All these favorable parameters here. Already had some significant tornado activity earlier on. West of Tallahassee, west of our area along I-10 and getting approaching there. Southern Alabama. So please keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you guys up to date. Staying in alert mode, obviously, because of this pretty noteworthy and significant threat.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center. We have a tornado warning once again now for portions of our Georgia counties. This time it's Randolph and Terrell to about 3:45 here. So we need to go ahead and get folks into shelter as we're looking at things. We have a tightening circulation here south of Selman. It was really looking nasty just a moment ago, getting ready to pop back in here, and they issued that tornado warning there. So still looking pretty nasty on another radar mode that I'm looking at here, and it's inconclusive. You know, if there's debris, there could be some debris in there, but it's not. I would kind of lean against it, but we're kind of up there a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the other shot of this so you're able to see what I'm talking about here this afternoon. So we'll go ahead and jump over here. You can see some green and red. Scan before this is really, and even, you know, a few of them here are really starting to tighten up. So that southeast of Selman here, nasty situation, and then a debris tracker. There could be something there. It's not obvious, but there could be something in there. They're not going radar confirmed yet, so that's good at least. But we're pretty far away from the 4 Nova still /4 Rucker radar. Let me go ahead and show you, in fact, as we're looking here. I'm getting up a few 4,000 feet. I mean, it wouldn't have to be, you know, an EF2 maybe tornado to see it, but an EF1, something where we're starting to get the debris lofted, it would take a little bit more here, you know, but that looks tight there. I mean, that looks a little tighter. That's going to produce, guys. That you can take shelter there. That may be producing south of Selman there right now. Need to take those tornado precautions immediately. Interior room away from windows there, as we're tracking this potentially rain-wrapped tornado. Again, that's a nasty looking spin here on the Doppler. As you see, winds here of about 45 one way and 65 the other. So that's winds to about maybe, you know, it's possible at least, winds over about 100 miles an hour in here in South Georgia right now as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things here this afternoon. So again, we're watching this. I noticed something else on here. You can kind of see it. Got some little, you know, areas here that looked intriguing as I need to get back to the current frame. And, you know, I feel like this is probably producing. You need to take shelter south of Selman. There's probably a tornado on the ground here. At least we're not just getting a whole ton of debris, but maybe pretty unpopulated out here. And that could be part of it. So again, we pull in our other mode. We're running that loop there, obviously, on this mode. We have the tornado warning here on the board until 3:45 for portions of Randolph and Terrell. At 3:22, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Selman or Nama, southwest of Dawson, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour, and Dawson around 3:30 could be impacted. You know, in that vicinity there, Dawson Municipal Airport, Graves, Oakville, Harold, some of those different areas of Brownwood there. So again, just continuing to track all this here. I'm effort in some information, so bear with me. Just trying to keep you guys informed. I'm just looking here at some of the data coming on in. Bear with me here. I know there is a report from earlier in here about all lanes at State Road 79 near State Road 2. Reported closed due to debris on the highway in northern, you know, parts of the Florida Panhandle around the Holmes County Island Crossroads area. Also there in the Walton County, tornado damage there. Reported earlier around I-10. We were showing you some of that live here, in fact. Around I-10, tracking that situation with a tornadic situation there earlier on. Very noteworthy. So, and I see Marcus watching on YouTube. Yeah, definitely had tornado touchdowns earlier on there out west of our viewing area. Really tweeting and posting stuff there on Twitter about that when it wasn't affecting our area there. It was in, you know, more sparsely populated areas in general, but we did have to deal with the interstate being impacted. Let me go ahead and jump back on over here. I know that loop's running. You saw the tornado watch in yellow until 6, but let me go ahead and jump back over here. You see this right there on the Randolph-Terrell County line, coming on in there toward Terrell County. That spin there, we're tracking that very carefully here this afternoon. So again, we have a tornado warning for portions of Randolph and Terrell until 3:45. So you need to make sure you're taking shelter here immediately in Randolph and Terrell counties. Again, a possible tornado here in toward this area. We saw some pretty nasty indications of it earlier on. Outside of our area, mind you, but toward the interstate, it was even more than that as we were looking at things. It was even more than that here on the view. Let me go ahead and you'll see what I'm talking about. This was from about just before noon Eastern time, the Florida 501 camera. You can see debris there. This is out there, as we're looking at things around the Ponce de Leon area. I mean, this is some pretty dramatic imagery here that I was just watching it, making sure we didn't see this an overwhelming tornado across the interstate where I needed to go ahead and, we've already been posting about it to see if, it was bad enough I needed to break in for a regional, national. If it was, local, we would have been on, but it wasn't, overwhelmingly populated. It didn't necessarily do anything to the vehicles that I could see from this visual. As we're looking at things, I know there was maybe a tree down that looked like on another camera. I didn't get that one. I was looking at it, but they cleared it so quick. Looked like maybe drivers got out of the car. I'm not even sure. And cleared that so quick, so I didn't get that recorded in our system, so we could show that to you. But this is just the viewpoint here of all that, and then they zoomed out at Florida 511 as they were watching all that there. So again, that's kind of the storyline as we're tracking that. That was from earlier, so I just wanted to kind of point that out to you guys there at home as we're monitoring the situation as we're tracking that. Of course, we have the current tornado warning on the board here. Current tornado warning there southeast of Selman. A possible tornado moving up toward the Dawson area in Terrell County here. So again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest on the ongoing situation here. Trying to keep you guys up to date on exactly what is happening, obviously, with the inclement weather. So again, we have a tornado warning up there. This is west of Leesburg in Georgia, a very highly populated area that is, obviously, as we're tracking. Now, eventually, this will be out of our covered area. Webster and Sumter are not in my area. Albany, I know, covers some of those areas, but the TV station I'm talking about there, but that'll be out of my area, if it gets up that way. It may still take a little bit because it probably still headed toward Lee County first. I say Webster. I don't think that's going to get into Webster. No, that direction there is way more north than what we've been tracking here at times. I mean, way more north. Goodness. I mean, how things will switch direction, different spins pop out and the like here. I mean, even you can obviously tell different spins are resonating out of this odd pattern. It may go into Webster then. That's way more north than what we were tracking earlier on. We're saying northeast on this, but that might be headed, pretty quickly out of our area on that type of path. So that's interesting to see as you watch the motion there from time to time. So again, that's kind of the storyline there as we're tracking things. I know as we're looking at things across the area, we did have some tornado severe weather earlier on this morning toward the First Coast region, and media reports indicate that there was, I don't know if it's related now, and I don't know a lot of the details, but there was a small plane that crashed there on Yulee this morning. It was around the time of some of those storms coming on through, so very unfortunate. That's media reports. The stations all in Jackson were reporting that, so thoughts and prayers to everybody impacted by that as we were looking. So don't have a lot of information beyond that, but it was. I believe there was only one person on board, from my understanding of the situation, just the pilot. But that's according to media reports there and the like. So again, as we're continuing to track things, continuing to monitor them here, We're just going to continue to look at the pattern. And we have a tornado watch of 6 in Liberty and Gadsden there in Florida. And in Georgia, Bainbridge and Albany there, and Leesburg, Georgia, obviously, as well. So again, we're just going to continue to track the situation here. We're going to continue to monitor it here. We're just going to continue to give you guys the very latest updates on exactly what is going on. It's our policy whenever there's a tornado warning storm in our 62 counties to be on with it. It's all about protecting you. It's all about protecting your friends and all about protecting your family. Randolph and Terrell are in our area, of course, and whenever there's a tornado warning storm, we're here for you guys. And not a severe thunderstorm warning that's needed as well. I know there's actually not a severe thunderstorm warning anymore. It's just a tornado warning that's in play here with this, as that spin really got going there. And Dawson, Georgia, under this tornado warning here. And I'm going to jump back on over right now to this viewpoint. And we'll see some of the supercell composite. I mean, earlier on we had purples on this, so at least we don't have quite that much of that wind parameter. But you have significant tornado parameter. There's some of it instability, quite a bit of it. Not as bad as we were seeing earlier to the west. But this is not, a one-day thing here, folks. That's one reason, it was close, but not quite enough, and bad enough for me to go on out to the west of our area. Gotta kind of be, like in a tropical setup, conserve energy a little, because we're gonna have this threat today. We're gonna have this threat on Mother's Day across portions of my area, and on Monday here as well. Isolated tornadoes will still be a threat here into the start of your next work week. So this is a, ongoing concern here. As we're looking at things. Again, a tornado warning right now for portions of Randolph and Terrell. This is up here. Dawson, you're under this. You see the red area there, southeast of Selman. That's where we're watching most closely. Weak rotation down here, southeast Alabama and the Florida Panhandle. We'll just continue to monitor. I know this is expected to really fill in later on as we're looking here toward the first coast of central Florida. Southeast Georgia. Granted, that tornado threat over there is not expected to be as high. It'd be more about interactions here, boundaries and the like, versus an actual organized threat with the supercells. Eventually, it might be more about supercells to the east, but today's threat would be not, we're not really in the favorable parameters for tornadoes unless you get some interactions here with the boundary. You see the STP. I mean, I'll go back 4 hours. We were way higher. I mean, these were some, this is why it happened. I mean, these were scary numbers, on our supercell composite 4 hours ago, west of our area here. And, honestly, over, the years, the threats, especially a lower end one go from marginal to slight, we're not going to be, really, we're going to be kind of conserving energy, not even really, maybe even having to retweet stuff on that to the west. But we were ready to cut in if it got to, a bigger city with that, because we were getting, probably had EF2 type tornado damage somewhere in there, depending on exactly what got hit. I mean, our supercell composite values were at 12. I mean, that is very bad, in our tornado parameter, significant tornado parameter of 2, and instability over 2,000 joules per kilogram. That is really dangerous. You don't see that very often around here, ever, hardly in our area, to have those ingredients coming together like that. But a 12 on that now, it's still up here, and that's why we have a tornado warning, but it's way different. And the color table doesn't do it justice, but it's down from a 12. The rotational aspect of this, the parameter being so high for these storms to be able to spin up, it's down to a 2 now. And a significant tornado parameter down to 0.4. Instability is about 1,500, not as high up there either. But that's enough, for some severe weather. And there's a tornado threat, but it's not like it was west of our area. We only had a margin of risk, and things took a turn for the worse there for a while. An hour or two. When I say a while, it wasn't really long, but good bit there. We really had things. The thing was, again, where these tornadoes were touching down, they were in pretty rural areas from what I've seen. Now we'll have to gather more detail. I don't, have all the details yet, but these were not, if these were headed to our cities out there, I'd have probably just gone ahead and broke in like we would do for a national, level threat. That's how nasty things were looking as we were tracking things here. So. We were retweeting stuff there as needed as we're tracking this here, as we're monitoring it. Again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here on what is happening. Trying to keep you guys safe. WJHG there in Panama City reported an unconfirmed tornado in Holmes County earlier on today. And apparently the Holmes County Sheriff's Office reported that a tornado touched down in several areas there, causing widespread and severe damage to homes and properties, with multiple roadways impassable. So that's some information coming on in there from earlier on. Again, just trying to keep you guys up to date on exactly what's going on here as we're watching that Dawson area and the like. So, 3:39 here on your Saturday afternoon. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center, trying to keep you guys safe and informed. And we have a big coverage area here. So, again, we're trying to track things the best we can. And that we're trying to conserve energy a little bit because it can be a long event on and off. There will be breaks, but a big event here in terms of the time frame. I mean, it's not going to be everywhere all the time. You see there's a lot of space. Well, honestly, we're supposed to have quite a bit more rain. That's part of why the tornado threat went up a little bit more today than we were thinking, because we have enough breaks, to get the instability to come up, and the severe threat, because we don't have as much of that rainfall that's kind of cooling things. We're able to get that spin to really maximize and in certain spots and be able to energize a certain areas a little bit more than they otherwise would get energized. So again, just continuing to track things here. This tornado warning goes into 5 minutes. Let me go ahead and we'll look at storm relative velocity. Let's go over to our other source. You can see here, Shelman to Dawson. I know, speaking of May, it's not exactly a time once you get about May 10th. You generally haven't, over the years, had as much of a tornado threat in our area in a lot of events, but last year was an exception for sure. Tallahassee, had it so bad on this date 1 year ago, and now today we're getting these tornado warnings, the tornado watch till 6 p.m. The circulation looks quite a bit weaker right now, quite honestly. They're moving up toward Dawson. Let me see if we can put some traffic cameras in, though, from the Dawson area, from the Georgia 511. I know I'm in Bradford County, if you guys are wondering, in North Central Florida. Maggie, I know, she's watching there, and I know, thanks so much for everybody tuning in, but I'm in North Central Florida, but we cover 62 counties. Let me see that map here. Bear with me as we continue along. Continue to give you guys the very latest here to protect you, your friends, your family. The tornado warning includes portions of Randolph and Terrell for another few minutes. So again, just continuing to give you guys that latest information here. Okay, so I said I was going to pull up traffic cameras. There's so many different places I can go here with this, so just bear with me. I want to make sure I'm going. Let me just check Georgia power outages real quick. See a lot there in Florida. There were a decent amount, unfortunately, like in Holmes County, 2,360 out, and according to power.us right now, that's where the worst is with that. As we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things, as we keep you guys up to date. So I wanted to go to that area there, Dawson and Terrell County, for the traffic camera shot from there if it's available. And it looks like there's not one available there. Okay. There's a camera there, but it's not streaming out right now from the Georgia 501 system. So okay, that's the storyline there, but let's go ahead and move away from this. We'll go back over to some other modes here. Yeah, rotation is way weaker. They may go into severe thunderstorm warning tornado possible tag, but I would be really, really surprised if they went with another tornado warning on this one here. It really looks like it's lost its organization pretty rapidly, quite honestly, here as we're tracking things. So. Let's go ahead and go through debris tracker, see if there's anything here. There was nowhere. There may have been a quick touchdown earlier on with this in our area, but it wasn't necessarily obvious. That's good at least. Not that I saw anyway. I didn't see it become obvious with this. As we're continuing to give you guys the latest updates. Let me go ahead and go to a broad view. We're expecting the storms to fill in here over the next hours to come. You see towards Central Florida, some of this storminess, a lot of that's trying to get its way maybe further up into toward our area. And we'll just have to wait and see. May get some thunderstorm warnings. Could get a rogue tornado warning, but the tornado threat's higher to the west here with this. So we're going to assume that red box is going to go away here in a moment. I'm going to take the precautions off, assuming, you know, that's where we're headed with this. And, you know, because that rotation's way, way weaker now. But I'm going to go ahead and put up some model guidance. See if we got 18Z of ARRR. It's not all the way on my system, but it's enough. I'll give you the update. So let's see what it's projecting. So it's a little behind because red box, where it is now, the tornado warning storm actions in that, and you see stuff behind that. But as I progress it here, you see stuff coming in to north central Florida, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock here. Some of that could be severe. Low tornado threat is not as high as it is off toward the west. The parameters aren't there really for that unless we get some different interactions. It can happen, but it's lower. We're not going to get a tornado watch today toward Jacksonville, Stark, Gainesville, I would not think here. Maybe later on, but not today probably. We could get a thunderstorm watch, I guess. That's not out of the question, but even that probably be unlikely. Probably get some severe thunderstorm warnings, special weather statements. That would be the most likely situation. Otherwise, so far, no new warning of any kind issued further to the west. It was looking like it was weakening some, but, you know, got to remain alert for rapidly changing conditions. As you see here, maybe some clearing in our area by 11 o'clock tonight. Maybe we'll get some rest here, but then you see some quick development again, 2, 3 in the morning already out toward Tallahassee. So moving back in. Hopefully that's not severe tornadic, but it could be if there's enough spin out there. It's not out of the question where that's coming in. And this is in about 11 a.m. church time on that Mother's Day. As we're looking here, you see 2 o'clock, 3 p.m., 4 p.m., 5 p.m., 6 p.m., 7 p.m., and that's as far as that goes out on here. But that's how we're looking. It's going to be busy. Honestly, though, it's kind of crazy. I mean, we're in Stark and in Bradford County, and we've needed the rain. We got a little bit, but we have not got as much as we were thinking so far. But there's still a long, long way to go. Don't get me wrong. We haven't got any rain here today. There's a flood watch toward the Tallahassee County, though, and you still got to remain alert, obviously. There's been quite a bit of rain up into where some of these areas here. You know, multiple inches around Dothan, 2, 3. Blakely area, west, you know, there, 3+. That's quite a bit. And some of these areas really need to rain, but we're not quite getting as much widespread coverage as we were hoping for, and that actually leads to more of a severe threat. So we got to remain alert for that. It's a little bit more, a lot more isolated in some cases here, and because of that, with the spin around, we're getting a tornado threat to be able to intensify more. I mean, that tornado threat out west of our area was something you don't see that often this time of year in this part of the country. So again, it was hidden mainly in rural areas and it wasn't in our area, so that's why we weren't with it. But we were reposting stuff, retweeting stuff there on Twitter /ExitCloudKC. And again, I had that traffic camera. I was watching it live when, well, I'll put it up again when this happened pretty much. I mean, you know, along I-10 there on Ponce de Leon. Again, that really tells a weather story. I mean, you can see some debris in there. May have been from a tornado, may have been from a roof lane downdraft. Because when I looked at radar, it didn't exactly match up with the interstate. It looked like it was about a mile off. It could have just been that sometimes you can't have a little bit of displacement there based on the distance. Because, you know, that kind of reminded me a little bit of that tornado that was, you know, when it hit the TV station around Lake Mary. It wasn't quite as dramatic as that. But as we were looking back a few months ago, Fox 35 down there, but the radar didn't actually show the debris and the circulation right over the interstate. It said about a mile north when the time was happening there. So, you know, it makes it a little, not 100%. You know, they could have been from the downdraft there. It could have just been some fallen debris, too, with the stronger winds in there. But we'll get a full assessment from the Weather Service Tallahassee in the days to come on all that as we continue to watch all this here. In toward the weather center. As I zoomed out the cameras, they were watching things and the like. You know, pretty slow moving stuff. That's why we've been kind of you know, kind of slow playing this coverage a little bit too, because that was 4 hours ago. I mean, doing the time conversions there, so as we go ahead and move away from that right there, but again, I mean, that's, you know, a while ago, not moved all that much here, as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things here in toward the weather center. So again, just tracking the scenario here. Don't have any warnings now, so that's a good thing, obviously, but we got to just keep on watching and keep on tracking here. I'm talking about our area, of course. There is a severe thunderstorm warning down towards South Florida, Glades County. Under that, there's some hail with that has been observed, actually, and the threat all the way to $half size. And 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Interesting to see that way down there in this pattern. But up here, we're staying dry right now. Let's see the water vapor. I'd be curious to look at that. I'm going to look to see how much drier is coming in here. Well, it's on the back side more. Not really coming in, but just the overall pattern. It hadn't developed yet, but should be getting storm development here, but it is a little cloudy. We're at 85 though, so that's it still. We still get enough to trigger here out of this. Let me put visible on. Satellite. I mean, there's not a lot of breaks, but there's some breaks in that. So that's something to keep an eye on. Something to keep an eye on here as we're tracking things, as we're looking at things. Saw how tight things were looking earlier up there. As we're looking here at the overall pattern. I don't know if you see softball playing up there toward Massachusetts in the ACC title game this afternoon. The rain was around there, been around. It's clearing out. I know it's been a lot cooler up there. You see the 80s, 70s here, except in the rain-cooled spot. It's in the spots like Blakely 64 and the like. But up there, I mean, they're pretty cool as well. In the 50s up that way, parts of that state. Again, just continuing to track things here. I'm probably going to wrap it back up. We'll keep the stream going here as we monitor things, but no active warnings anymore. So again, seeing any questions, comments here. Definitely can be active in the country this time of year. Just a little bit different pattern now than what we're generally used to, but we had a year ago a terrible tornado situation around Tallahassee. Yeah, that's not the normal time of year for that, but today's the year anniversary of it. So we'll see here on the graphics. That was last year, 1 year ago. I know it looks a little weird with the tornado precautions, but I just put it in here early this morning just to make sure we had it in here from last year's coverage. I mean, if I took the clock off here and stuff, you'll be able to even see, you know, what I'm talking about. We were off camera with this last year as things ramped up on us. And let me just, let's see, where are our indicators here? It's a one-man band, so I pretty much have to do stuff on the fly here. You know, I control everything on the screen here as we're looking at things, as we're tracking them. Just trying to stay on top of everything. Because you can see that's what it was there last year with the coverage. But there's your current time and logo there. Alert mode then, alert mode now. It's all about protecting you, your friends, your family. That was a little more unexpected in some ways there because we didn't even have a tornado watch. But it's a thunderstorm watch, and we had multiple tornadoes touch down and turn deadly. Did the weather toward Tallahassee. You know, seeing FSU strong in that way too. I know not a lot of folks were there, FSU, but they got hit by a tornado last year too, and the circus tent was destroyed. So, not good in that regard. It's been rebuilt now. So we really hope, you know, nothing meteorologically or, you know, or just anyhow ever happens over there toward that. I mean, because that, you know, takes a lot of investment to be able to rebuild that. I mean, that was very significant to see and very sad to see a year ago today. as we go ahead. I know somebody's asking Marcus's about the wind gust. Well, I know I haven't seen a whole bunch. Let me pull up our map for this. Look at this. There's some breezy conditions around, but you can see 20 peaks, 30 peak down here. Of course, where the tornadoes would have hit, that we could have winds over 100 miles an hour in the worst case situations. But something else popping up, Marion. Let's watch down here. Already isn't an advisory for stuff that's not even in the county yet. You don't see that often. And there's not anything down to the south, but already an advisory for Marion there. So we'll have to see if these storms intensify. I think the reason they did it, you know why they did this, is because there's a festival outdoors there at the horse park. So I bet it's going on right now, and they're trying to give them extra warning. So whenever thunder roars, go indoors there. That's why they used to do that. So I mean, they used to do that way, way early, and I know that's why, because there are probably thousands of people outside right now, and this thunderstorm activity could catch folks off guard. So they really need to be getting ready to get, if they're not already doing so, even getting that interior room, you know, I mean, away from windows, preferably. Now, even, you know, it's just from lightning, though, I would just say, you know, just really away from windows and away from the outside. Maybe not the interior room, because I know it's impossible when you have that many people, but even just the car might be okay, depending on the wind situation there and any type of hail that might fall, because this advisory is for gusts to 40 and pea-size hail. So that's to about 4:30, but that may get extended out, may even get into a thunderstorm warning. So I bet that's why they see that just so early when there's not storm accent in there because of that. It's a concert. I need to look that up, honestly. Let me, because there's so many folks out there as we're tracking. Now last year, you know, very warm for that. It's called Rock the Country. That's what it's called. Rock the Country. Am I right? Yeah. Okay. May the 10th. As I'm looking at the calendar happening right now there. So, yeah, trying to give people advance notice on that in our area there. Some more advisories up here. Carroll County. Now, hail threat might be going back up. That's trying to tighten again, quite honestly. A little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit it is. And again, continuing to give the updates here. You know, the tornado watch up to North Dawson now. Jared asking about Ocala. Yeah, we're watching there, as I was mentioning, the lightning and the light. There's not a tornado watch down there, but we could get a severe thunderstorm warning. I mean, technically it couldn't real quick spin up out, but that's the lower chance there. But definitely, you know, got to be inside when you have this bad weather coming. So I know that horse park, it's a little away from the city center out here. I don't have the exact location, but just from memory, looking at things, you know, this stuff could be heading that direction. Let me go ahead and pull that in my source here. Make sure, okay, so it's due west of Bellevue pretty much. Okay, I just want to make sure we're looking at this right. Bear with me. So yeah, so maybe somewhere in here. Just a little, I wasn't probably in the right spot. Might have been getting another spot mixed up, but nonetheless, this is headed that direction. Strong storm accent with lightning, so get inside, away from windows. Not severe right now, so we don't need to stick with it, but we're going to keep the stream going, and we'll be back on if and as needed. Not any type of, you know, half-hour updates planned, but or anything like that. But I have a little bit of hail showing up around Dawson. A little bit of spin there. I don't have a camera. I was looking, or I pull that in, but they may go down this severe thunderstorm warning up there. Let's stay with this one or two more scans through Dawson, just in case something happens. Because this is looking like it's trying to intensify a little right on Dawson here. in Terrell County. So let's just stick with this one or two more scans. Because it's broad. It's not tight enough to produce probably right now. But there's some broad rotation moving into Dawson now, kind of moving north pretty slow. A lot of rain, very heavy rain. Heavy rain wrap. There was some type of, spin to try to get down to the surface there. Don't really see anything in terms of debris, which I would not expect. It's not any warning in play. I think I just used a thunderstorm warning, the tornado possible tag here. I don't think there's quite enough for a tornado warning, but I just have a feeling the way this is trying to kind of, you can see the brighter colors. It's not enough for a tornado warning, probably, but when riding into town like that, makes me think maybe severe thunderstorm warning. I know the winds aren't really maybe strong enough to meet the criteria. Maybe pretty close. I mean, 50 down there. You could almost make the argument that that's enough for a severe thunderstorm warning in there. Because 58 is what you need for that. So. Okay, that latest scan now kind of has, it looks like something trying to tighten just east of town. Not overwhelming, no. Just some heavy rain, maybe some small hail moving to Dawson there. As we're looking at things. Let me see if I can put the special weather statement on. Not on here, okay. But again, Terrell County, we're watching this carefully. Okay, so it's 4 o'clock. We're watching a strong storm on Dawson, watching some strong storms moving toward Ocala, Marion County, and that big event there in toward that zone, toward the horse park. So not severe now. The storms in Georgia stronger than the stuff in Marion. But we'll just have to continue to watch this, continue to monitor it. I know we don't have any watch, or we do have the tornado watch. We don't have any of the warnings in play right now. With the tornado watch still out toward the west there. Conditions favorable for tornadic activity still. You gotta just remain alert for these rapidly changing conditions. As we're doing with this, as we're watching things. So. Now looking like some more reports coming out from earlier, so I'm not going to go to our loop yet. I want to read over some of these then. Okay, so earlier on, numerous trees and power lines reported down on US 331 south of I-10 in Walton County. That was around 10:15 Central Time this morning. 10:30 Central Time, numerous trees and power lines reported down near Argyle, Walton County. Tornado there with a tree blocking traffic about the same time. Then we had trees down and structure damage, County Road 177 in Holmes County. Lanes there on State Road 79 near State Road 2 reported closed due to debris on the highway. And then this was headed up into towards southeast Alabama. We're watching it. And we started not seeing reports once it got up there as much. A little bit of something trees reported down at County Road. Looked like maybe 22 and 31. I'm trying to loop this here in our system, so gotta wait for it to loop back around. 22 and 13, okay. That's the storyline there, so in southeast Alabama. Could have been from a tornado there too, but I know we also had, it's not related to all this, but we had an earthquake there in East Tennessee this morning, and they felt it in North Georgia. That was pretty noteworthy there. Around the Atlanta metro area, feeling that. It was a 4.1, 4.2, something around that number there, magnitude. So low end 4 point, type of earthquake. So don't see that every day around, and there's a chance of some aftershock still that could be, somewhere around that number, a little lower, a little higher. We'll see, but again, more likely it'd be lower than higher with that. But we'll have to watch it. Never know. Okay, so again, that's going to be kind of storyline here for now. I'm going to leave that looping radar up. I'm going to move it over as we continue to watch things, continue to track. see if there's anything else I need to bring up here real quick. I think that's about it for now, but we're gonna leave the radar running. We'll break back in here as warranted. We'll turn the mic back off for now, but we'll be back on as needed in that storm there around areas there in the Dawson area. Eventually we're moving, into areas outside of our viewing area anyway. So if you see a red box pop up, but it's from the Peachtree City office there, and that's not something we need to break back in for necessarily. Just give you a heads up if there's something like for Webster or Sumter up there, something like that. So just want to make sure you're aware of that. So I know I did see something else pop in our system. We did have some wildfire concerns towards Central Florida. It looks like they sent out an update here around, it was a Lizzie Preserve wildfire in the St. Cloud area. It reached 600 acres, but it's 80% contained now. An area not right in St. Cloud, at least. That's good. Containment's doing better as well. So that seems to be the storyline. But we're going to be back on here as needed for now. Just going to loop the radar. We'll pop back in here as warranted. Stay tuned, everybody. Stay safe.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud popping back in here right now. The new tornado warning. This one for parts of Lee and Terrell counties here at about 4:45. It looks like at 4:20, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Smithville or 10 miles northwest of Leesburg, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So, tornado warning, northwestern Lee, east central Terrell counties, and southwestern Georgia. And we're talking about areas around Smithville potentially being impacted before this gets out of the coverage area here as I'm looking off the Fort Novosel/Fort Rucker radar. And the spin, I know, is really was starting to tighten up even a moment ago, embedded in this rain, looking at some of the other modes behind the scenes here. So we need to get folks into shelter here immediately. Again, a tornado warning for portions of Lee and Terrell counties here until about 4:45 here this afternoon. So a tornado warning is in effect right now. I'm kind of looking at some things here. I know, honestly, I was seeing some tightening circulation behind the scenes here, and then they issue that tornado warning. And let me go ahead and say here what we're talking about on that other mode. So here you go. You see the current spin, them issuing this warning, and then this is, impacting areas around Smithville, give or take. Once it gets up into here, that gets out of a covered area into Sumter County. That's also a different weather service office that would be in charge of issuing the warning, the Peachtree City office. But I know this spin, honestly, maybe there was kind of a thought that this wasn't reaching the ground because we were seeing that for a few frames here. I was ready to go on, and then they did issue the tornado warning here, thinking maybe it's a little more probable it could be touching the ground now. Nothing conclusive on the debris tracker, but we're pretty far away here. It's also a pretty rural area, though. That's another factor that kind of plays into all this here as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring it. Again, a tornado warning until 4:45 for portions of our area there in South Georgia. For perspective, we're in Bradford County, North Central Florida, but we offer tornado coverage, for all tornado warning storms within the 62 counties here, including Lee and Terrell counties there in Georgia. So, again, just continuing to watch this here. We're just continuing to give you guys the very latest on this. There's your spin, green and red here. I know some folks, the old mantra is green and red under the bed. As a new tornado warning now for the Peachtree City office there for Sumter. That's not in our covered area, but we'll stick with this, until the tornado warning gets out of our region and the tornado warning is actually canceled for Lee and Terrell here. It's already out of Terrell. It's in northern Lee County is where we could have a tornado here at this point, and that's going to move it into Sumter County here and toward Americus in the next little bit. So a heads up there. No, again, not officially in our 62 county area, but in the Albany TV region, and that will be something of note here as that heads up toward Americus and Sumter County over the next little bit. So make sure you're taking shelter if you happen to be watching me from that area right now. So again, just trying to give you guys the updates on that, but also, the broad picture. Let me go ahead and show you the broad view here. Let me do that on our other source, and you can see we have some action that's developing, moving into Marion County. Not severe, but that could be impacting folks at the horse park there. We need to be, practicing when thunder roars go indoors, because there's a lot of people outside there at that big event there at the horse park, and that big festival/music event there. So again, I need to get folks inside and toward that area and away from the lightning threat, any small hail threat. Could even get a severe thunderstorm warning there. We'll see. It's just under severe limits, it looks like right now, but we're watching the tornado warning there in southwestern Georgia right now for parts of Lee and Terrell. This is staying north of Leesburg here, mind you. As you see these new tornado warnings just spinning up in the last few moments. But it's just staying north of Leesburg. But you see that rotation there? How it kind of come together and it's headed up towards Smithville. Let me see if we have any views that we can offer you from that area. Let me see if there's anything I can offer you from that area around the Smithville zone. Just going to keep looking here. In Leesburg, there's cameras. Americus, there's camera views, but not in Smithville. See if there's anything from Americus that might help us out. I mean, already not the greatest weather up in Americus, but it's going to get worse with a potential tornado headed that way. Here's a live look at things in Georgia on the Georgia 511 system. Just a quick look there. They're not officially under the tornado watch in Americus, but they're under a tornado warning up there in Sumter County. It's rogue tropical like tornado situation, kind of like a tropical system as we talked about back on late Thursday. I mean, we thought it would be a little more rain in between, but it's that tropical like setup with the lower pressure, these spins, tornado producers, when you get some of those elevated instability values and the like mixing together here with the spin. So just continuing to track this here on Smithville. Let me go to the Robbins radar here. A lot of heavy rain in here, so if there's a tornado, it'll be rain wrap, which makes things difficult. Definitely makes things difficult here to track. So that's headed up there into towards Smithville and then into towards Sumter County. That might be something there off the Robbins radar. Wait, that popped up makes me a little nervous. We're way up there, so you know, if that is something, it could be significant. But it's hard to say. Even on Bronwood, I wonder if that was something. That didn't really match up perfectly, though. Looks like that could have been more something else there, possibly. That's kind of, some of that was before we got a warning. So again, just continuing to track this. Not the greatest radar covered up here in terms of the Weather Service sites. I know Gray Television, we can't use it here, but Gray Television has a radar site in the region that I'm sure is probably pretty helpful as we're looking at things, but given a lower level scan as we're tracking it. Again, the spin moving to Smithville, very Smithville, because we're uncertain, you know, if there's a tornado, and if there is, and it could be, you know, pretty strong. You need to be inside, you need to be away from windows, you need to be getting in that closet, you need to be getting in that bathroom, that interior room away, you know, from the outside. You don't want to be in a mobile home right now. Even maybe recommend putting that bicycle helmet on, football helmet on, a baseball helmet on to protect you from that risk of flying debris. Make sure you have your shoes on so you don't put your feet up in the wake of what could be happening here. So you don't want to have glass around and then you don't have shoes on and then you walk through that glass to get out of your tornado safe spot after it's, you know, all clear, and then, you know, maybe getting through that, you end up getting some cuts there that you don't otherwise get, wouldn't otherwise have. So again, continuing to track this here. Rotation took off, you know, once again here as we were getting, you know, east of Bronwood there. I want to see if there's any reports of anything. So I wouldn't be completely stunned if we had a tornado in there at some point, even maybe probably, you know, right before that tornado warning got issued officially. Unfortunately, that's why you always have to remain alert in a tornado watch. I know programs are being interrupted in that market this afternoon, Albany market, maybe even getting in the Macon market. But that's what the meteorologists have to do. They have to be with you guys to keep you guys safe. You know, life and property are the priority, not regularly scheduled programming. So life and property, the priority here, not your regular programming, whether it's the NBA or whatnot. You gotta be taking precautions here. During these warnings, you gotta be getting that information relayed when you're looking at it from the TV station side of things. I interned at WLB a while back, so I know it's important. They got to be on the air in these situations. There are ways, on ESPN's website. They have different ways depending on what services you may have. ESPN Plus, maybe ESPN 3, some different options possibly. I'm not 100% sure, how that is, but I'm sure it's on at least one of those here this afternoon. That NBA game that you may be missing there. So they have to be with this. They have to be on here in these type of scenarios. Keep everybody safe and informed. That's just what it's about. And even as it gets into Americas, when we go off, because Americas is not part of my area unless I'm seeing something really concerning. Moving to the populated area, that'd be more of a regional, national threat. We won't stick with it because that's not in our 62 counties. But we do have to kind of conserve our energy here since we have threat on and off all the way into Monday here. And it's the one-man band. So Smithville. I know it looks a little weaker to circulation right now, but we can't take any chances with this. Because we're so far away on the radar. Definitely be rain wrapped if we had something. Probably some pretty big hail in here. Peachtree City office says up to an inch. On the hail, Tallahassee also said an inch. Getting that interior room away from windows here. Still a threat lingering around Smithville and parts of Lee County, Georgia. And this, you see that hail. Hopefully that's all that is. Yeah, that's not really matching up with, if that was like the resignature, I'd be worried because that's not what that is. That's not a debris fall. Definitely not, because that's not in the right spot. But my point being is if you had something like that. Now this here, there might be a little something in here. I'm trying to take my times. We just got a new update. Okay, well, I hadn't updated. Let me back this up. It could be something in there. It's so high up. If it was a debris signature, I mean, it's a pretty strong and dangerous tornado moving through Smithville, though. Just there probably at this point, east of State Road 118. Or, excuse me, around State Road 118 and east of US 19. That's what it would look to be right now. So, as we're tracking this. Still got to just remain alert for these rapidly changing conditions. Let's go back to the Broadview. That's the only warning we have in our area, the one for Lee and Terrell. Until 4:45. We have a tornado warning for Sumter that's outside of her at 5:15 for the Americas area. Trying to check some things behind the scenes. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Anderson, yep. Appreciate you tuning in there as well. Thanks for the compliment about the coverage. Trying to stay on top of things to keep everybody safe here. You see that hail marker coming up there on our map as we're looking at things in toward parts of northern Lee County, moving into southern parts of Sumter County there. So, again, just trying to watch these latest scans here. It definitely looks like it's a little weaker. It's just a matter of we're so far on the radar from this. Let's check the radar up at Robbins here, because at this point, that might be the one almost need to be on. And honestly, there may be another spin here. Let's look. So there's another spin outside of the tornado warning. Is that one something? Ooh, it is, and that would still be in our area. That would still be in Lee County. Right in there. We need to watch that. They may see another tornado warning here. No, that's not as tight as what some of the other action was. But off this radar here, we have the spin up here, and then we have another spin back out here. It's something worth watching. As I'm scrubbing between the different frames. Tropical like setup here is what we're dealing with. Tropical like setup. We have like a tropical storm. Maybe, as if there's one, there's not, but if there was one like far away here. But then you get in the instability between the bands here, and then you get these little areas to spin. You already have some spin around, and then get some extra energy added into this. It can cause some problems. So we have that area in northern Lee County we need to watch. This area here where we actually had the one in Prompton is moving into Sumter County now. Again, something you don't generally see a pattern like this, not that often anyway. Still watching some of the acts moving into Marion County. We talked about the big event at the horse park there. Hope everybody is probably right over them at this point, or, very close anyway. If it's not right over them, I mean, worst of it maybe just west of them based on what I was looking at earlier on with the location, but still, whenever thunder words go indoors, there's some rain. If nothing else, putting a damper on it. We have a very big event going on there at the Florida Horse Park, apparently. Rock the Country is what it's called. And let me take that super off because I don't want to confuse anybody. I know we have the tornado warning information up. There's no tornado warning in Marion. The tornado warning is way across our area in our northern fringes, northwest fringes for Lee and Terrell and Georgia. But I'm watching different areas here. This is, much less tornado threat obviously down there. Can't let our guard down. Definitely could get a warning. Got to be inside because of that lightning threat. But as I'm looking, the worst of this is staying just west of that, but there's still a lightning threat. Folks hearing thunder rumble, some rain in there, making for a dampening of the event, I would think. Okay, back to the tornado warning up north. You see the yellow shaded area tornado watch, so at least 6. But this area here is starting to spin up in northern Lee County. Doesn't look quite as tight on that frame, so that's good. I've been skipping between radar scans, but watching that spin before I had that tornado warning. Started to spin up there. So we're moving out of Terrell and into Lee County. Just trying to scrub back a little bit. Pretty rural territory. But then it started to move up towards Smithville, where we had more population. But that spin's moving out of the county. The other spin's a little bit weaker, I think, on the latest scan. New tornado warning there. But we have the tornado warning back out here in our area, and then this is outside the region officially. Of course, that was something just, overwhelmed moving toward America, so we could be on with it for the national level threat. But of course, earlier on today, while we were watching stuff out toward the west of our area, I've been reiterating this quite a bit here in the coverage. The storminess was pretty nasty there, and damaging toward like Holmes County and the like around the I-10 corridor. And in fact, I want to see some video from what was happening earlier on before noon Eastern, 11 a.m. Central. I mean, look at this. You can see some debris. It may have been from the tornado directly or indirectly there. It was pretty dramatic, though. You see that? I was watching that behind the scenes. Wasn't enough for me to break in since it wasn't in our area, and it wasn't, something that was headed to a really highly popular area. But some homes, according to WGHG and sheriff's office officials, I know, damage towards some of those areas. So not what you want to see. Again, that's earlier, 4-5-1 camera. We were looking there toward the interstate. Again, just kind of giving you guys an idea of that. Again, keeping you up to date. Still that tornado warning for portions of Lee and Terrell for another 2 minutes. I don't think they'll extend it for that one spin because that's moved more into where Sumter, based on what we're seeing, you saw the hail indicator in Sumter. Now this one here, they might issue a different one for because it's out of the box anyway, and the time's running short on the other one, but we're just going to keep watching. Let me see those rainfall amounts here. You see in the last hour some of these blues, lighter blues, getting over an inch. Last 12 hours, some of these areas here, north of Bluffton, over 4 inches in that orange, probably even more with the tropical nature of things, just trending over the same area. We'll still have to watch some of these other storms to develop. May not have quite as much energy to work with for a while, but I know toward our north central Florida counties, there is more energy, you would think. May not be as much of a tornado threat, but I will say more energy, down where they are now. I mean, it doesn't look like it's going to have to destabilize a little more down towards Stark and Palatka because that's a lack of energy that way where I'm at, on Stark. So that's interesting to see. But, where these are, I mean, we're well over 2,000 and the red over 3,000 joules per kilogram on the instabilities. And then around Jacksonville is actually closer to 3,000. You can't see in the color table, but they're actually higher than what they are, and toward that tornado warning area. But again, as we're continuing to track all this here, continuing to give you the very latest. So be more of a wind and hail threat to the east than a tornado threat, but a tornado couldn't completely be ruled out. May very well have some type of hail in here in northern Lee. Could even be severe. They have, for now at least, dropped a tornado warning for northern Lee. If they issue another one, it'd be a different spot, probably to the east. Some of this seems like it wants to go a little more east again, but that one area is just right on the, this is Tallahassee jurisdiction, this is Atlanta, Peachtree City, up just above us. This line here, I know, if you can make that out, it's just, this is Atlanta jurisdiction, this is Tallahassee. So, and we don't cover the ones, any of the counties covered by Atlanta, but it's kind of the inside baseball there for you. As we continue to track, continue to give you the latest updates. I know Cordial, they might get into some of this storms keep changing direction a little bit here and there, though, so not a guarantee. It's possible it's going a little bit west of there because of the northerly component with this, with some of the worst, but maybe spots in between we'll have to kind of watch. We'll see. But that's getting out of our area. Tricky on these directions today, for sure. Okay, so Sumter County, tornado warning continues up there. Not in our area. The other warning in the country, though, over land is a flash flood warning for the University of Alabama and the Tuscaloosa area, but we don't have any local warnings right now. We have the local watch to at least 6 o'clock continuing. Of course, Sumter County, not in my area, but it is in the Albany TV region, so just you might get confused, like why am I about, assuming we don't get another warning for Lee County here, why am I going to go ahead and just go back with no audio, but they're still on? Well, they I cover 62 counties way down to the south, but they cover, a few more counties there in toward South Georgia to the Albany television stations that I cover, but I go up to Lee and Terrell there, but they actually cover all the way, in towards Sumter and Sly and Crisp County and the like. So Just kind of giving you guys the well, I shouldn't say Sly. Actually, let me back that up. Sumter and Crisp and Dooley and Stewart and Webster. But again, that's kind of storyline there. Again, keeping on track in this. 4:48 is the time on this Saturday, May 10th, and it's not going to be all the area at one time, but on and off through Monday, a tornado threat is going to persist, so stay tuned for the latest. Stay tuned for the latest. As I keep looking at all this. I'm going to go ahead and get that looping radar ready to go here. I'm going to pull that up here for everybody. So we're going to wrap it for now, but I'll be back on here again, breaking back in as conditions warrant for any tornado warnings here within the 62 counties or something really big deal nationally, regionally is what it would be today. So that's going to do it for now. Thanks so much for tuning in. Trust in me. We're going to break back in as warranted, as we've been doing here today. I'll be back on here. We're on for any tornado warning storms. We've been on for all tornado warning storms within the 62 counties over the last 5+ years. So keep it tuned. We'll keep you guys up to date. We'll try to keep you guys safe the best we can here in toward the weather center. So again, leaving you with this view of the Doppler perspective. Just trying to make sure we're staying in tune to everything that's going on here. That's going to do it for now. Stay safe.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at 4:58 p.m. on this Saturday. We got a split thunderstorm morning now. Reports in the north central Florida here until about 5:30. You see a gust of near like 50 miles an hour reported at the Ocala airport there recently. So that's kind of prompting that. I know we were watching a tornado warning storm in our northern fringes. I was moving into Sumter County, which is not in my covered area. I see, in fact, Sumter, it looks like they're just taking them off the board for that. So that's good. But that was outside of her anyway, so that's why we jumped off. But now we're jumping on for this in our 62 counties. A severe thunderstorm warning with some pretty nasty weather. I know the outdoor event there in Marion County. Got to just be really careful here in this type of situation. As you're seeing where Marion in Florida is compared to where I'm at, and compared to where we had a tornado warning up in Lee County, Georgia earlier on here, just a few minutes ago. And we were watching, that up that way. The tornado threat's higher up there, and where that was centered. Not zero down here, but the hail and wind are more of the issue as we're tracking this, as we're giving you guys the latest information. So, again, let me go ahead and jump on over here to some of the different views of this. Hail tracker is showing over an inch in diameter now. As we're looking at this there. So that is definitely noteworthy there as we're giving you guys the updated details. Let me see if there's any official word on what's happened there at the Rock the Country event in Ocala area. They're a little east of the worst of this, but still. Always important to be aware of these outdoor events with the weather involved. Okay, so I see that they posted a little while ago about lightning in the area and a temporary pause there. So patrons seeking shelter in vehicles. As we continue to watch this warning of the hail threat, especially west of I-75 right now. So not in this highly populated area there, but just got to make sure you're taking precautions. Moving up kind of toward the Reddick area. Not seeing much rotation, unlike some of the other storms, obviously, to the west. We don't have that spin as much, out here to the east. It's not as pronounced today. Now, as we look ahead, it might be a different story coming, especially on Monday, as things move closer with that overall spin. But we have this storm here with the afternoon heating that's really gotten going, moving toward I-75 with some of the worst, but already still have some copious amounts of rain, falling there toward I-75 as we're looking at that. And then you see this here. I know that's what really stands out. It's not something overwhelming, so we don't have to stay on the severe thunderstorm warnings and like the tornado warnings, but kind of stick with this at least a few more minutes and let it kind of get a little bit further up toward the north here and a little bit more rural areas before we take a break. But let me read you this information. So at 4:53, a severe thunderstorm was located near Ocala Airport at 10 miles northeast of Rainbow Lakes Estates, moving north at 25 miles an hour. Southeastern Alachua, western Marion, and west central Putnam counties under this till 5:30. Ocala, Citrus, Spar, Anthony, Cross Creek, Orange Springs, Ocala Airport, Micanopy, Reddick, and McIntosh here. So just make sure you're following precautions. If this holds together, it's still a couple hours away probably from like Stark here. But, it could be headed in eastern central Alachua and into Bradford to some degree. May head, it just depends on the angle of which way here. If it heads right towards Stark or maybe angles off just a little bit. But we'll have to watch that. I know, our post is, with the stream, if you are to go focus on South Georgia, but now having to switch that focus within our covered area because of this rogue area of convection, pop-up convection, more pulse action there, coming up quickly versus what we've seen to the west, which is more supercellular and rotating, which that's more dangerous, but it still can be dangerous and deadly too in its own and different way. Not as serious, but still noteworthy. So Again, watching this very carefully here. The worst of the storm isn't on the interstate cameras necessarily, but see what I can pull up here. See what type of visual I can give you guys at home as we continue to give you guys the very latest on what's going on here. Because I might not do it justice on the storminess, but some of these different camera views. I'm going to pull this one in here in Marion County. As we continue to watch and track. Definitely got to be careful on the roads here. Haven't had too much rain lately. Some spots anyway, so some slick roads there. Again, still with you, just checking some things behind the scenes as we try to keep you guys safe and informed. Trying to stay on top of this best I can. Seeing some of that wind enhancement around US 27. Not overwhelming, but definitely could be some large hail in there, and it's headed in a direction. Generally, as you kind of know, we've been switching radars, but maybe Macintosh there, Micanopy, give or take. Reddick's kind of on the edge there, so. But they're in the warning. Got to be careful. Could have to have some pretty nasty weather even further east than this. That's something to take note of here as well. So. We're going to keep tabs on things, but since it's not a tornado warning, and some of the focus here is in a little less populated area and not right over the horse park there, we're gonna go ahead and go back over to the radar stream with the no audio for now. But I'll continue to pop in here as warranted on this situation. So keep it tuned to cloud weather. I'll keep you guys up to date. We'll pop back in as it is warranted on this severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect here until 5:30 for portions of Alachua, Marion, and Putnam counties. The storm axis moving generally north, but a little bit east there, 25 miles an hour. Again, very important to stay on top of all that's going on here. You just got to stay weather aware of it, obviously, here. And I'll continue to do that and watch the different signatures and be back on at once here if the conditions do warrant. So please make sure you're inside and away from windows in Marion County right now in that warning, and also portions of Alachua and Putnam that are under that as well. So keep it tuned here. We'll keep you informed.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud breaking in here about 6:20 on this Saturday. We have a severe thunderstorm warning now. First start. This is intensifying. I was about to cut in on my own here, getting things ready because we were seeing some pixels about 60 miles an hour on the velocity right around Hampton and just north of Hampton now, headed right to where we are at here, east of Stark. 60-mile-an-hour winds, folks. Severe thunderstorm warning literally just issued in the last minute or so for the Stark area. We have Bradford County, northeastern Alachua, southern Baker, northwestern Putnam, Union, western Clay, and east central Columbia under this till 6:45. So now, instead of 50-mile-an-hour gusts, we could be seeing about 60, which can cause some power outages here to really start to become a storyline. So this is headed right toward the golf and country club area. If you're on the course, get inside now. This is dangerous. These are really strong looking winds on velocity here. You need to be in shelter immediately. This is a dangerous situation because we're seeing quite a bit of winds of 50 to 60 embedded in the rain. We may lose power here. If we start to lose power, you'll probably hear my backup systems beep, assuming we're able to stay with you. But we'll try to stick with that here. This is some of the strongest wind I've seen on velocity in a while, headed towards Stark. This is really ramping up. This is not a tornado situation necessarily, but it's about everything but that right now here, headed towards Stark. You need to be in shelter immediately. This is intensifying, headed right into toward town, on the east side of town, right where we're at here. It's been a long day, and now I've got something headed toward us for the first time in a long time here, toward the golf and country club area. You need to be inside immediately. This is dangerous stuff. We have lightning here. We have lightning in this area. We also have winds that really showing up on velocity well here to 60 miles an hour. So you need to take precaution right around State Road 100, and we just got a gust of 43 at the airport there. So at least 43 on the winds. I hear them really picking up outside. We just got a gust of 29 now on our anemometer, which is very unusual based on the height that it's at here in this type of situation. So this is a dangerous weather situation here, folks. Trees are just blowing. I tell you what, it's not really set right. It's not in a good spot here, but we're going to just pop it up just for a second, our camera here, because these winds are so dramatic right now. Let me go over to it. I know you can see it. We don't have it quite set right in here, but you can just see the trees really blowing. So that's kind of the storyline there as we're tracking things, moving on in. We're just going to go ahead and continue to track things here. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning in play. Gust of 32. Now, these are some of the strongest winds I've gotten before my anemometer. We may lose power. You may lose power at home here. So I know 32 doesn't sound like a lot, but at our height level, it's only at 6-7 feet up. So if you extrapolate out, we're talking about gusts of like 50, give or take, if you're extrapolating out right where we're at right now. So again, some really strong winds moving in. This is a dangerous weather situation. Starting to get a little bit of weak rotation on the back side here of where we're at, per se, and that's headed in towards Stark itself. So, again, a dangerous weather situation here. Hampton, Theresa, this is really picking up here. A severe thunderstorm warning in play, and this is, intensifying pretty rapidly here in this environment. The rain's starting to pick up. Again, we got a gust of 32 here on our anemometer just a moment ago. That's some of the strongest wind. I know it's only, 32, but at 6 feet, if you extrapolate out, really, a lot of these official sites are way higher than that. It's one of the stronger gusts. That may be the strongest we've got all year. I'm going to check here. Bear with me. It's just a one-man band. Yeah, that's the strongest gust we've gotten so far here in 2025. So, again, you need to be inside. The conditions are going to continue to deteriorate over the next few moments. This is a dangerous weather situation here around Stark. You have a little bit of weak rotation as well. That's headed right in toward town. Well, the worst of the straight line winds are heading more toward us, it looks like, here right now. You can see these pixels, these bright colors are indicative of 50-plus winds on velocity here. I know it's a little bit upward, but that's very, noteworthy. You see that much here in Bradford. You don't see that often, quite honestly. And to get confirmation of at least 43 there and getting the winds out ahead, this is some pretty wicked weather coming on in here around Stark right now. I know it's not a tornado warning, but You know, we have some pretty strong winds coming in. Not saying there's a tornado, but I'm saying there could be some damage. Some trees are going to fall if they haven't already fell here in the last few moments. Again, this is a dangerous weather situation here. This is really escalating around Stark here and toward Kingsley, Camp Landon here as well. I'm going to take the advisory off because we're concerned about a warning here. A severe thunderstorm warning headed right towards Stark. This is going to do damage here. There's no doubt about it. We're going to lose some power in Stark probably. I'm going to check to see if there's any questions or comments real quick from any of the viewers at home. Again, this is an escalating weather situation here around Stark and in Bradford County. I wish more folks were watching on Facebook. I just shared this a few minutes ago in case we had to kind of pop back in. We have had to pop back in because this has really escalated rapidly here. You know, I posted 10-15 minutes ago, strong thunderstorms. Now they're severe. Now they are very severe. Moving right towards Stark here right now. This is a dangerous weather situation here. We're in alert mode because of this active pattern. We're seeing here some of the different numbers coming on in. 13 right now on the wind. Bear with me. But we had 32 at only 6-7 feet up, which is very impressive, really, because when you extrapolate out, that's wind a lot higher than that. I was right on the edge of this, but it'll be interesting to see how much we get right in the core of this storm as it moves on in. 27 miles an hour now against some very strong winds. I'm not going to pull our camera up unless we really see something here because it's not quite in the right spot. I think I need to pull it on the big board for a second here. Well, no, I don't think that's what that is. Okay. I'm able to look at it without showing it to you guys because we don't have it. It's quite been kind of moved offline here lately. I thought I saw a funnel, but that's not a funnel. That's not a funnel. Okay, so that's good news there at least, but that doesn't mean there's not one somewhere trying to drop. But again, let's go ahead and keep looking here. We have some escalating rotation. I don't know if we would even see it from here, but we have a little bit of circulation right down there near, I think it's the new gas station, the racetrack there. It's a little bit of a spin, but that's not the biggest concern. That's no guarantee that's going to actually produce like a tornado, but this is going to produce some tree damage here right on the east side of Stark. As we're looking at this, that's why I'm concerned, not necessarily the tornado threat. That's another thing that may be starting to come in here a little bit. This wind damage threat is concerning. Right here, coming toward here east of Stark, the Stark Golf and Country Club area. Again, make sure you're taking shelter immediately. These are very bright colors here on our velocity. Let me go ahead and jump on over here to our other mode. I'm trying to use other products. So what I'm saying here, we're going to sample this together, my friends. We're going to sample this together. 55 here, 55, 49, 51. Again, some of this is a little aloft, but to see this much on this here is concerning with it co-located with the rainfall. Or other mode's not going to show it as strong if I go into storm relative, but that's not a good representation because we're looking more here at the one direction. I know we do have a little bit of broad rotation back there since it's so far away from the rain, you know, radar and in the rain. It may obscure that signature a little, but I'm not that concerned about a tornado, but I can't rule it out. That makes sense. The wind damage that looks like the bigger deal here. I need to take this seriously though because of that wind damage threat. Trees are probably falling in this type of weather here in Bradford County. Pretty organized here as we're tracking, as we're monitoring here. As we try to give you guys the very latest on exactly what's going on. We'll pull up our camera again. It's not quite situated right. I didn't quite think we'd have to use this here because things escalated really quick on us. But let's go ahead and try to pop it up. You can kind of see it. It's not in the perfect spot. You can even see the window there kind of getting some rain on it in this type of situation. So You saw a flash there too. Hopefully it was just lightning there. See a strike on our screen, so I don't know if it was up that quick, but again, just continue to track this here. Hearing some rumbles. I know it's severe thunderstorm warning, doesn't sound like a lot if you're watching like nationally, but it's a pretty nasty storm here. We haven't had that many storms this year. Again, I'm looking at some information. 22 miles an hour right now here. Again, that's at only 6-7 feet though. So winds on an official site would be higher than that. See if anybody's, commenting from here. I'm gonna even check the Bradford County Word of Mouth group if nothing else. Bear with me. I don't see any comments from any of my viewers, but I need to double check another platform since I shared it separate. It won't show on my thing if somebody's commented on this. So let me go ahead and look. There's some really strong wind headed toward Kingsley there as well. Camp Lennon, Kingsley Lake. See if we have anything. Bear with me here. Again, make sure you're taking heed. I know we need the rain, but you hear that thunder possibly in the background there. We don't need that. We don't need the wind damage. That's the bigger deal. And this is headed toward Camp Lennon, Kingsley Lake as well here. Again, a dangerous weather situation. Don't really think there's a tornado with this, but our other two tornadoes here in recent years, 2020 and 2021, were in nasty looking severe thunderstorms. So that's something to bear in mind here. They were not tornado warned. They were severe thunderstorm warned. So keep that in mind. Radar coverage sometimes limits us to being able to see exactly what's going on closer to the surface. So there's a tornado be back here, but the wind damage threat is up here. The straight line wind damage threat is up in the front here, east per se, right around the golf course and over toward Camp Lennon. That's starting to pick up a little toward Kingsley. We haven't lost power here, and we're not far from the golf course, so that's at least some good news, but a little bit of anecdotal evidence as we're looking. I'm going to pull out another mode. I can't say this to you, but I'm going to pull out another camera mode. I just want to look at our camera, make sure there's nothing like any funnels on any other views. Not that one, those aren't ones I can show you, but let me go ahead and check here. Bear with me. Here, we're with you. Just checking some different views here in the weather center. Don't see anything granted up, something enhancement might be rain wrapped with this. Zooming back out. This is moving generally north at 20 miles an hour. Stark Lake, Butler, Keystone Heights, Rayford, Worthington Springs, Middleburg, Worthington Springs, Groves there, New River under this warning. Palestine community here in our area as well. As we go ahead and look. Kingsley. We're just watching this carefully. There are some other areas of wind enhancement, but this is the one that definitely stood out. There's a little something around Brooker here. A little bit of weak rotation around Brooker. I'm not as concerned by it, but there's a warning there from Brooker to Lake Butler, so make sure you're inside and away from windows here. as we're going between velocity. This is the wind mode. If you're not used to seeing this, I can look for different things on here. That's, indicating rotation mode, and then this here is about the straight line mode here with things. There may be some small hail mixed in. I know the warning is not really about the hail. It is for penny size. I feel like I hear a little something. Let me just look at some of my cameras here again. It sounds small if there's something, maybe pea size or something. Nothing like last year's hail in February, but do hear a little something. Okay, they trimmed Lake Butler out of this. That's good. Okay, they've taken northeastern Alachua, northwestern Putnam, east central Columbia, all the way out, and Lake Butler, as I alluded to. But severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from near Keystone Heights to near Palestine Community, moving north at 20 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny size hail, Stark, Keystone Heights, Middleburg, Kingsley, Camp Landon, Penny Farms, Loudy, as well as Hampton, Asbury Lake, and Ellerby. So, Camp Landon and Kingsley, that's where we're more concerned than anything. So we continue along here. .637. These pixels here indicate winds at 58 miles an hour headed right there, and probably already at this point over Kingsley. We jump over here, you see some bright colors indicative of winds to about 59 miles an hour. I'm going to check my rain total so far. I know we need the rain, but not the severe and all the other action with it. Only about 1/10 of an inch so far, but it's very early on. Very heavy rain. Again, we're live with you because things took that escalation. We were watching an advisory. It went to a warning as the winds. You could see them popping up here, strengthening on us as this was headed right into our Bradford County. As we look, you saw how there wasn't a warning for a little while. Then we got a warning as it started coming on in. Going between some different radar modes. Severe thunderstorm warning does continue here. Thankfully, I'm not seeing a debris signature. The only thing I will say is there was a little something down here. Hopefully that was hail. Let me check that. What time was that? 29 and 30. Probably hail. Probably hail. And that would have been right in here, just east of State Road 100. Hopefully that was just hail, not a tornado signature. It wouldn't really make sense for that to be a tornado signature, but we have had weird signatures over the years here. And a rotation tracker, a raw mode of this, was picking up some rotation around Hampton there. Yeah, actually before the warning got issued. Let's check on that then. I don't think there was anything to that, but you never know. Let's go ahead and check on it because we were getting on here because I saw the wind coming toward us. Right on the edge there. Let me go ahead and check this. I was in a weird spot if there was something. Probably just some wind enhancement, maybe a little wind damage there right around. Let's see. This is County Road 18, so not too far away from Santa Fe Cemetery, actually, out there. So again, there wasn't a warning on that. I think there's probably a big gust of wind, so I suspect might have some things blowing around out there, not out of the question, but as we go ahead and keep looking here, just continuing to give you the latest. Let's see if we have any power outage updates. I'm going to check on that. I'm also going to check on our hail tracker. It wasn't really showing a whole bunch. That's the pass. There was some more of that around Gainesville. Bear with me, I'm having to look at our other system here behind me, our wind gauge. We got up to 32 miles an hour at 6 feet, which means it would be, on official side, it'd be higher wind than that. I mean, these were some pretty significant winds. It's the highest gust I got here all year in Bradford County, where I'm at here east of Stark, on my Davis weather station. Okay, so effort and power outage information. I know in the state, 16,247 customers in the dark. Bradford County, so far 128 have been reported, but that does not include the city's electric grid, and it's still a little early. It's still happening. So that's, noteworthy here. It's 117 customers out on Clay Electric and 11 out on Florida Power and Light so far, but there may be more than that. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and go to the site here directly because it's possible. Okay, 126 out in Bradford, 538 customers out in Alachua. Make sure we have, I'm going to put up a better radar view here. So this outage is in Bradford on Clay Electric. Let's see where they are. Okay, looks like 22 customers out there near County Road 227. Another 2 out in that area as well. In far southern Bradford County, County Road 325, there's 3 customers impacted. Getting over to Ward area, that County Road 18, you go from Keystone Airport area to Ward Hampton. There are 5 customers in the dark there. You have 9 customers in the dark on Clay Electric there. State Highway and State Road 100 there around southeast 134th Street. And we just, looks like we got another report in now. Showing up in our system. It's closer to the north end of the bypass there. 22 customers in the dark. So quite a few little outages here and there. 2 customers out around Brooker on Clay Electric as well. And I'm going to go ahead and check FP&L now. Bear with me. Okay, 6:45. We'll see if they extend this warning or not. So at this moment, it's not on the screen, but they may extend it, at least go to the advisory. I don't have the advisory set on here. Let me put them on here. Okay, so it looks like that's what they did, an advisory instead of a warning now as we go further up. Winds are still pretty strong here north of Kingsley, Camp Landing, but they're not quite as concentrated. You don't see quite, you'll see what I'm saying. We had a little bit more brightness in here as it was coming up toward the eastern side of Stark. As I keep scrubbing here, you can see it's settled down some, but it's still pretty aggressive. A little more rural, but we have Camp Landing obviously out there. So Florida Power and Light, excuse me. Florida Power and Light. Okay, so around Waldo, not in Bradford, but 40 customers in the dark there. And around just north of State Road 16 in Stark, we have 11 customers in the dark. Around Lawdy, there's let's see, there's quite a few outages up around Lawdy there. Around Northwest 216th Street, we have 1, 1, 1. Let's see what that one is. Maybe that's another one. I'm not sure. I'll zoom out. No, about 5 outages so in that area. It still looks like it's kind of aggressive there. We'll have to see how that goes. If that gets into Duval, I'd be surprised, you know, if it's like that. I'd be surprised that they didn't issue another warning. They probably would. Again, continue to track things here. Just checking the information. Bear with me. Again, still checking things here in the Weather Center. It's just a one-man band. Trying to figure out if there's any damage reports. I mean, we already have power outages, so I know that there would be some damage. Still early on, but trying to get updates. Bear with me. Up to 2/10 of an inch here of rain for today, so not a whole bunch of rain. With that, we did though dramatically see it, you know, a temperature drop, which is really, really impressive, all the way down to 66 degrees. Watching a little bit of weak rotation around Middleburg now. West side of town there. Not a warning anymore. Not yet. Another warning. I wouldn't be surprised if they do go ahead and issue one. I know we can get some traffic cameras up there. We'll try to pull up a view. on Oakley Plantation. Kind of where some of the worst the wind looks like it may be headed. May already be in some of that area now. These are not exactly the clearest camera views, but I'll go ahead and pull one up. This is on that new toll road they have there, Clay County. Just the dark skies tell the story there more than anything. Again, we're still with you. This is moving into Western Duval now. A little bit of rotation there, just east of Lusty, by the way. Not a big deal on that right now, I don't think, but we'll watch it. Okay, in Columbia County now we've seen a big increase in customers in the darkless. So 126 out on Clay Electric here in Bradford, but in Columbia County, 1,155. So let's go ahead and see why that might be. Because it's showing up in the southern end of the county around Fort White there. No, I mean, let me look. I don't see a whole bunch over there, quite honestly. Maybe a little bit of wind enhancement down here, but gotta wonder if, all the hurricanes, it's just something, maybe a tree that was vulnerable fell or something. Okay, just a bit thunderstorm warning. I kind of thought this was going to happen. Now they get into Duval. They're going to go ahead and issue a new severe thunderstorm warning now as it approaches Duval. So, southwestern Nassau, northeastern Bradford, southeastern Baker, northwestern Clay, and central Duval until 7:15. At 6:51, a severe thunderstorm located near Middleburg, moving north at 25 miles an hour. Jacksonville, Orange Park, Jacksonville International Airport, Arlington, Middleburg, Ortega, Cisco Gardens, Oakley Plantation, Cecil Field, and Doctor's Inlet here under this. So, okay, so we need to make sure you're inside and away from windows here. With this new warning in play. That wind is just too strong a velocity here. Headed right into toward, Duval on a Saturday evening. Gonna resituate just a little away from my wind gauge and rain gauge. As we're tracking this moving, in northern Clay and in the southern Duval. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in play now at 7:15. In the west side of town, might get it a little bit more, even in downtown. It'll be close. You see, this is just east of Highland there. County Road 218. Some really strong winds showing up with the brighter colors. Maybe headed there. Right around County Road 115 in Duval. That general area. Make sure you're inside and away from windows. Again, a pretty nasty storm. A lot of wind potential in it. Some, power outages already to the south, so Duval County, you might want to charge your devices up. You don't have much time. Let's look at some of the other areas here. A little bit of wind enhancement back in some of these spots, but some advisories in play and the like. But this is where the biggest concern is, east of Laudy. Taking the advisories off so we can kind of focus on the warning here. Again, trying to keep you safe. We had the situation kind of escalate on us for, North Central Florida and Northeast Florida. See some brighter colors here indicative of stronger wind speeds. There is some population out here, but it kind of gets more, really rural, not just more rural, but really rural. And you get right near the airport there. These are the temperature that's right near Cecil Field. Set it right for Cecil Field. That wind headed right up there, Cecil Field to the Herlon Airport area. Cecil Field, this is some really strong wind. That's not the wind numbers, those are just temperatures, but just putting them on so we can see exactly where the sites were. I suspect we'll get some strong winds here in just a moment. As we're continuing to track. No debris signatures, that's good at least. By the way, there's warnings in Georgia, but those aren't in our area. They're just north of the area. Crisp County and Dooley there, so Cordell. We're watching that up there. But again, that's not in our viewing circle, not quite in our 62 counties that we cover. As we continue here to track this straight line wind coming right into Duval County, right toward again Cecil Field, that area, Harlan. Even up toward the White House Naval Outlying Field area. Again, trying to give you the latest. See some of this wind still on the board here. Again, a pretty dangerous weather situation. Let's go ahead and pull up a camera view. This is right there, close to that Clay Duval line. See that dark sky there, top right. Again, continue to watch that storm axe and the strong winds coming on in. So winds closer to 65 miles an hour, and this pixel here, of course, 74 miles an hour is a Cat 1 hurricane. Those winds. Again, trying to keep you guys up to date here. Some nasty weather coming on in. Saturday evening, Saturday night. Let's go ahead and go a little bit further up here on the toll camera system, per se. Traffic camera system, but it's a toll camera. You know, and then it's on a toll road anyway. This is getting up there, but further north. You can see the dark skies, the inclement conditions for sure. Again, telling the story as it's looking south toward the storminess that's coming on in. Telling that weather story with Florida 5-1 perspective. I know, it almost looks a little more interesting underneath that toll 23/First Coast MP 40.6 northbound, but we're not able to remove that as part of the system there view. I'm trying to keep you updated still. As this gets into southern Duval. Warning goes to 7:15, but the way this is going, they're probably going to keep extending this. With something really decays with this quickly. Again, after the latest updates. According to Powder.us, it didn't factor everything in, but 155 customers died in Bradford. Actually, 344 in Union, which is a little surprising there as we're looking, but that's what we're seeing on the numbers right now. It's possible there could be more in Bradford. There's not being traffic. It'd be Stark Electric, and that's not on there. I know we needed rain, and we still need more. We only got a couple tenths out of this, but don't want the severe weather, obviously. I know some areas have got a little bit more, but blue, couple tenths, dark, light blue, depending on where you were. Some of that's a little more, a little less, but it's just on total here. But we'll go back to 1 hour. Yeah, 2, 3 tenths there, but then 5 tenths in the green in the last hour. It's a really, really impressive wind signature. It's not really quite so into 70, but they may upgrade us to 70, depending on, what kind of reports maybe. It's just an impressive signature altogether. Again, still watching this. It's right there around Cecil Field. So once we get a number from there, you know, that I mean, it's moving right into Duval, so I don't know if I want to let it go anyway, but depending on what type of number we get, Cecil Field, you know, that could tell us kind of how this might be going in terms of the winds exactly to the surface. So if we're getting, you know, winds anywhere over 50, then that would be what I'd expect with the reading. If it's a little under that, then maybe not quite as bad, but you know, this actually says winds closer to 65 miles an hour, and it's only sun at 1,000 or so feet up. So that's impressive, and not in really a good way. As we're looking at that here, that's a really impressive wind signature. Some really strong winds there in the southern Duval, southwestern Duval County. Again, almost like a tornado-like situation, a lower end type of tornado speed on the winds here. Not that it is a tornado, but not saying it is. I don't think it actually is. It's just a really strong straight line winds coming on in here. Hear the rumble of thunder, by the way, after some of that's come on through, but where we're at here east of Stark, but 65-mile-an-hour winds. Showing up on the velocity. Not moving all that fast, but pretty nasty stuff. I'm gonna try to pull some cameras up in the area. I'm looking at some of them now. May not get the exact scope of it, but trying to pull some in. So it's a live look here. No, it's not all that clear, but I did see some flashes right before I went to this. As we're looking in southern Duval County, see some more flashes. Hopefully that's just lighting and not power flashes, though. That looked kind of interesting. It could just be from the wind knocking out the power, to be honest. It doesn't have to be a tornado, but to cause power flashes to occur. Oh, that was interesting. Right when I was cutting away there. Okay, gust just now, and it could get higher, but it gust to 46 there at Cecil, but that's kind of, you know, maybe right on the edge even. It may still get higher than that. It may still be a little higher than that. Let me zoom out just a tad there. Just get your, you know, kind of your bearings. Continuing to follow the situation. This is the camera angle of the scenario. Southern Duval. Yeah, lower in there. See the camera shaking now in the wind. It's a live look here at the Florida 5-1 perspective. Some impressive winds coming through southern Duval County right now on Cecil Field. See that camera shaking. Okay, new warning now to 45 past the hour. It's actually going to be, it's going to be an area there near Taylor, or 24 miles north of Rayford, moving north at 40 miles an hour. So Taylor, McClinney, Glen St. Mary, and Sanderson now under a warning until 7:45. That's a different area on all this Saxon now. So we'll cut to that in a moment, but just continue to watch this. That's some really impressive wind there. Okay, let's go over to this warning. It's a new one. Northwestern Nassau, Baker, Northeastern Columbia, Southeastern Ware, Southeastern Clint, Southeastern Charlton. Till 7:45 at 7:09, a severe thunderstorm was located over Taylor, or 24 miles north of Rayford, moving north at 40 miles an hour. Taylor, McClinney, Glen St. Mary, and Sanderson. They're under that warning. That's not as impressive a velocity, but there's some wind enhancement in there. This one over here way more though, right around Cecil Field. Some very impressive wind speeds there. Continuing to monitor, continuing to track. Seven 11 p.m. We'll go a little bit further north toward I-10. Western Duval County. See the camera shaking. See these nasty weather conditions. Dark skies and the like. Okay, under the new warning now. Let me show that to you here. It's about to come out on this screen. Okay. We're still waiting. Okay, it just came up on my one screen. At 7:11, a severe thunderstorm was located near Cecil Field, 11 miles west of Jacksonville proper. The whole Duval is really Jacksonville, and moving north at 35 miles an hour. Jacksonville, Orange Park, Callahan, Jacksonville International Airport, McClinney, Ortega, Cisco Gardens, St. George, Oakley, Plantation, and Cecil Field. So again, tracking this here carefully. There's your new warning. It kind of overlaps with the other one, to be quite honest. It's kind of the storyline there. So we still see that very strong wind. Weakened ever so slightly on that frame. We're still showing 60-mile-an-hour winds. Also getting a little closer to the radar, so it's going to read a little lower. Oh, we just got another update. Okay, 46 there. Yeah, that's what we were tracking. Just the way it showed up in our system, but let's go to this camera view. Western Duval County. You see the nasty conditions. Again, still sticking with you. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Okay, latest scan here. It's gone down to 1 pixel really at severe limits. Moving up toward I-10, east of Baldwin. These are temperatures here. This is headed up toward the White House Naval Outlet and Field area. And the Herlon Airport. Again, some really nasty weather. Gonna get some strong weather into Duval's downtown, Jacksonville's downtown, but it's not maybe quite as bad as it was. See, just to the west there of like a state road 111. You have a warning though further east, and you have a warning out here in Baker County. That warning was for severe weather potentially located over Taylor or 24 miles north of Rayford, moving north at 40 miles an hour. Again, around I-10, tracking this. Next few moments. Let's see what camera we can pull up there. Bear with me. We're really trying to keep an eye on this scenario for you. Again, looking toward I-10 in Duval County. Obviously, it's not good driving weather right now. Let's give you a look. Things continue to deteriorate. This is I-10 at mile marker 347.8 there, westbound Duval County. That really tells the story. Very slow go of it, very much a reduced visibility scenario right now. And you see the camera even shaking some. So this is not ideal at all. Not ideal weather conditions here as we're tracking things. Again, still trying to stay on top of it as you see things progress. Definitely not a good scenario here to be out on the road in this. See, it gets to 32 miles an hour over here. As we continue to watch everything transpire. I know as this gets closer to the radar, it might make it look like it's weakening some. We gotta be kind of careful. You know, I mean, it may be, but you just never know, because once it gets closer to the radar, it is reading a little lower down in the ground. Could be kind of an illusion there in some regard. Continuing to keep you up to date here. Two warnings in the area right now. We're just trying to keep you informed. Strongest straight line winds maybe west of County Road 115, but some weak rotation there further off toward the east around Herlon. Very weak rotation, but worth mentioning the slight rain here on Stark to Gainesville to Palatka. I know we're approaching 67 degrees here on Stark, but it's, 66 a minute ago. It, really cooled off. And they've even had a little small hail, but not sure on that. Definitely had some pretty strong winds, as we were alluding to. Again, sticking with this for a while. Let me check some power numbers here. Depending on what we see, we'll decide if we should continue here or just go back to the radar mode for the time being and wait maybe further updates on new warnings. But the GEA map doesn't have too many customers out yet, but it's still very preliminary, very early. It's still just getting in there. As you look just east of Baldwin, about 60-mile-an-hour wind. That'll eventually move moving, across areas there on the north side and into Nassau County, that threat at least. I know, I see the number dropping to like 57, but that's under 1,000 feet. So that's still pretty impressive. This isn't the most populated area, though, I will say that. There's some population in here, don't get me wrong, but this isn't going right through downtown Jacksonville, the worst of this at least. There is, some wind there. There's a warning technically, but right now, and it could change. You still got to be taking shelter, or, the lightning threat and the like. But the worst seems to be missing downtown. My latest scan just ticked back up again. Again, it seems to be headed there just east of Briceville. This is not a very highly populated area overall. But there are still some folks in here. But eventually, depending on how this holds together, it could impact the areas there. Maybe around Ratliff to Callahan, give or take. So the heads up for you guys. Be inside away from windows around Ratliff and Callahan. That's for sure. Again, continuing to give you the latest updates. What I think I'm going to do here, and of course if we get a tornado warning, we'll jump back in immediately. If I really see a surge of, wind here and escalation, we'll also jump back in here immediately, especially, if it's in a more populated area. As we're tracking things here, there is some population in here. We have that warning in Baker that you got to be aware of as well. These are not tornado warnings. We're on for any of those. We've been on for a while with this, but since that's not going right into downtown, and it could have weakened a little. I don't want to say that because it could just be the radar kind of giving us an illusion too. But, we are just going to keep an eye on this here. We've been talking for probably an hour straight with these severe thunderstorm warnings that pop back up. We had some of this earlier with this band, but it dropped away and then really escalated right when it came in toward Stark. So I'm going to keep tracking this. We're going to keep monitoring this here. And pop back in, again, if and as needed. And we still got 2 more days of this here, folks. Saturday, today is the issue, but it does tornadoes to the west and tornado warnings. And tomorrow and Monday, we could also have a tornado threat try to come into play here. That would start to translate a little further east, though. We wouldn't just maybe have all severe thunderstorm warnings east. It could start to be a little bit more rotation with some of this activity, with the way the low pressure is and the pattern is. So that's noteworthy here as well. So, okay, we're going to keep tracking this. Let me check velocity one more time to make sure something hadn't really went crazy with this. I still think there could be damage in here. We're going to jump over to it, but just north of I-10 now, just northeast of Baldwin. It's an area here that not a lot of population, but then it starts to, once you get in Nassau, it starts to populate pretty quick again. That's something to be aware of, but it's, a little bit there. We'll just kind of wait and see. If we get more warnings, we'll pop back in. Even if it's severe thunderstorm, we'll at least pop back in for a few moments if there's a new one issue. But we'll just continue to watch. Now that little area popping out ahead is kind of interesting, but still wind enhancement, maybe a little bit of a burst of wind. But okay, so that's going to do it for the time being, but we're going to keep the stream going and pop back in if and as needed. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. I'll keep you guys up to date here. You see this other severe warning. We have some stuff in southern Charlton and then in Baker on Taylor. McClinney Sanderson looking pretty good at this moment. Did get some rain, especially closer to Sanderson here over the last few moments. Looking there on our 1 hour rainfall. But that's going to do it for now. I'm going to pop back in as warranted, as we've been doing. So keep it tuned to the stream. We'll turn the audio off for now, but we'll keep watching and we'll keep tracking here. Please stay safe.